They mocked the warning, but heaven never laughs last. Have you ever been called crazy for seeing what others couldn't? Have you ever tried to warn people about the storm ahead, only to be ridiculed, ignored, or labeled too spiritual? Have you noticed that the same voices that once laughed at you have now gone silent, or worse, are crying for help from the very darkness they unleashed? Chosen one, this is divine justice unfolding right before your eyes. God saw every tear they made you shed, every lie they spread, every attack they thought would break you. And while they were busy mocking, He was busy building. He turned their laughter into lessons, their curses into your confirmation. The same people who called you crazy are now praying for mercy because they finally see that you weren't delusional, you were divinely informed. You tried to warn them. You carried compassion, not vengeance. You gave grace when heaven demanded distance. But they mistook your silence for weakness. What they didn't know was that your stillness was God's setup, His way of letting their own choices deliver the judgment they invited. Now, the tower has fallen, and heaven has made one thing clear: those who touched you touched the wrong one. If this truth is hitting your spirit right now, comment 777 as your agreement with heaven's justice. And to every heart who has supported this divine movement through super thanks, my deepest gratitude. You're not just supporting content, you're helping carry light into the darkest corners of this world. Stay close, because what comes next will reveal exactly how those who mocked you are now crying for deliverance, and why God is using this moment to prove that He was with you all along. God's chosen ones. They called you crazy, now they're crying for deliverance. Tonight, revelation itself walks through the corridors of your memory. The veil lifts. The unseen becomes visible. While you were quietly tending to the architecture of your destiny, laying each foundation stone with faith and sweat, there were those lurking behind curtains of jealousy, rehearsing the language of your destruction. What they thought was hidden in silence now screams through divine exposure. This is not coincidence. This is not karma. This is the court of heaven in session. And the judge has spoken. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. As you slept beneath the blanket of divine peace, others remained awake, conspiring beneath the cold fluorescence of envy. They did not merely think ill of you, they engineered a current of malice, synchronized like a dark frequency in the atmosphere. 3 voices, just 3 chanting rebellion against divine order. The Spirit calls that a coven. Their words became weapons, their jealousy a ritual. But energy obeys its origin. He who digs a pit will fall into it. Ecclesiastes 10:8. Their hearts burned not with inspiration but infection. Your progress nauseated them. Your joy was an unbearable melody. You radiated light too pure, too constant, like a lighthouse breaking through their fog of self-hatred. Instead of tending their own shadows, they tried to snuff out your flame. But light cannot be domesticated. The darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Have you ever wondered why their plots failed despite their numbers? Why their voices sound so loud but their hands achieve nothing? Because you, chosen one, are guarded by frequencies they cannot detect. You vibrate in alignment with heaven's code. Your life is not random, it is architecture. Each trial, a beam in the cathedral of your purpose. Each heartbreak, a sacred resonance echoing through eternity. Those who struck at you did not realize they were throwing stones at the foundation of divine design. They were warned, yes, warned by someone with sight beyond the veil. Someone who whispered, "Stop now," before your curse circles back as your own sentence. Yet pride, the oldest drug, seduced them. Jealousy clouded their logic. Desperation mutated them into gamblers who bet against God's blueprint. And like Lucifer, who believed his reflection could outshine the sun, they plummeted into the orbit of their own chaos. The spiritual law is precise. What is released must return. For with the measure you use, it will be measured back to you. Luke 6:38. Their rituals backfired. Their whispers amplified against them. Their power dismantled by divine geometry, because when the architect of heaven draws a line, no mortal hand can erase it. Think of Pharaoh's army swallowed by the Red Sea, Exodus 14:27. They thought control was power. Instead, control drowned them. So too, the modern covens, be they colleagues, relatives, or friends turned foes, find their own voices echoing curses they cannot retract. And deep within your soul, another question rises. Quiet, yet cutting. Why did God let me witness their rise before their fall? Why was I tested so hard by betrayal I didn't deserve? Why did pain become my teacher before peace became my crown? Because heaven forges its soldiers in paradox. The anointed are trained through tension. The bow must bend before it releases the arrow. In the frescoes of Fra Angelico, that devout painter of divine mysteries, angels are always painted mid-motion, half in light, half emerging from it, because glory is not stillness. It is transformation. You, too, are mid-motion between what was attacked and what will ascend. As Beethoven once wrote in the margin of his 9th Symphony, "From the heart may it return to the heart." Your suffering was not punishment. It was frequency correction, heaven tuning your heart until it matched divine resonance. A modern echo of this truth lives in a man named Raphael, a humble street cleaner from Seville. When mocked for humming hymns during his night shifts, he simply said, "If God listens while I clean his streets, that's enough honor for me." Years later, the same people who laughed now ask him to pray for their children. That's vindication without vengeance. And as for the deceivers, they learn the oldest lesson in cosmic law. You cannot curse what God has blessed. Numbers 23:20. But hear this, your story doesn't end in revenge. It culminates in rebirth. You are the phoenix rising from ashes of accusation. You are the diamond shaped under tectonic grace. The universe bends its light toward you now. This is the lesson the author within me has carved from your story. What tried to break you actually broadcast your anointing. Pain is not proof of abandonment. It is proof of assignment. So tell your story. Share your scars. Someone else's deliverance depends on your transparency. And now, chosen one, stand. Rise like dawn after endless night. Step forward, not with vengeance, but with victory in your veins. The war is over. The crown fits. Walk in it. The energy they hurled at you did not vanish into thin air. It has returned like a comet ignited by divine velocity, blazing back toward its source with precision only heaven could calculate. Those who once whispered curses now choke on the echo of their own words. Their hearts pound under invisible weight. Their breath catches in the midnight hour when silence grows too loud. At 3 a.m., their souls stir in terror. haunted by the knowledge they crossed a line that heaven never permits to be redrawn. This is not a coincidence. This is divine law in motion. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. The same spiritual energy they weaponized against you has turned sentient, an executioner cloaked in justice. They interfered with sacred frequency, and now that frequency is roaring back, amplifying through the chambers of their own misdeeds. Every curse reversed, every whispered spell inverted, every dark vision projected toward your downfall has become a cinematic replay of their own collapse. For the universe does not permit manipulation of its holy circuitry without consequence. Touch not my anointed ones, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105-15. Now there is trembling in their camp. Someone among them feels the cost in their bones. One faces an illness that defies diagnosis. Another watches wealth crumble like sand through trembling hands. Another weeps as relationships disintegrate. The same unity they sought to destroy in you now dissolves in their midst. One has already encountered the ultimate silence, the kind that does not breathe back. It's the tower falling, the death card rising, symbols of upheaval and irreversible ending. In the unseen courts of spirit, both cards appearing together declare the structure has fallen, and the life force has been recalled. They gambled with powers that require consecration, not curiosity, and now the stakes have consumed them. Pride always believes it can defy gravity, until the fall proves otherwise. Have you ever wondered why their collapse feels so poetic? Why does justice unfold with such eerie symmetry? Because cosmic energy operates like the ocean. It always returns what it receives. Cast your bread upon the waters, and after many days it will return to you. Ecclesiastes 11:1. The universe may not play favorites, but it guards its chosen as fiercely as a lioness guards her cubs. You were never a random target. You were an assignment of heaven. Your mission is too sacred to be aborted by envy. When they attacked you, they didn't just strike a person. They assaulted divine infrastructure. They tried to vandalize blueprints written by the architect of eternity. But let's expose the root of their fury. It wasn't mindless hatred. It was strategic jealousy. They saw your reflection shimmering in the realm of prophecy and mistook it for their own. They glimpsed your divine union, your future alliance, two souls anointed to build, not merely to love. This partnership carries the seed of legacy, the resonance of restoration. It is a covenant designed to birth abundance that will ripple across generations. And because they saw what belonged to you, they attempted to rewrite fate's script. But destiny doesn't yield to envy, it yields to obedience. What God has joined together, let no one separate. Mark 10:9. I recall the words of Pope John Paul II, who once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." They tried to halt your tomorrow, but they only accelerated your dawn. Nature itself mirrors this truth. When lightning strikes the tallest tree in the forest, it seems to destroy it, but in time, the charred bark protects the inner core, forcing new growth. You, chosen one, are that tree. You've been struck not for punishment, but purification. Yet every narrative has its Judas. In medieval chronicles, there was a nobleman named Armand de Valcourt, a man who betrayed his own kingdom to foreign powers for gold. His reward turned to ash when plague struck his household within days, leaving his name cursed in stone. He became a living parable of divine reciprocity, What you sell for silver will be paid back in suffering. And still, beneath all this cosmic justice, a gentle truth whispers through the storm. Not all pain is punishment. Sometimes it is promotion disguised. Your endurance is evidence of divine engineering. You were not built for collapse, but for calibration. As the psalmist declared, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." Psalm 34-19. From the author's heart, here is what I've learned. Divine protection doesn't prevent storms. It proves your ship is worthy of sailing through them. You survived not because you were untouched, but because your roots were anchored deeper than their reach. If this resonates within you, share your own story of deliverance. Someone else wandering in shadow needs to see your survival as their prophecy. So rise, rise with the poise of dawn after tempest. Your enemy's chaos has become your confirmation. Their curses were clay. Your purpose is stone. The boomerang has returned. The trial has spoken. And heaven has declared, the chosen stand unshaken. It was never just a relationship. It was an equation written in heaven's architecture, a spiritual merger of two divine frequencies designed to rewire the consciousness of those who encounter it. When two souls, chosen and refined by fire, unite under divine timing, the vibration around them changes everything it touches. This isn't romance, it's resurrection. It's Genesis rewritten through grace. Two are better than one, because they have a good reward for their labor. Ecclesiastes 4-9. Your adversaries sensed this before you fully did. They could feel your ascension approaching. Like predators sensing pressure before a storm, they didn't celebrate your rise, they tried to fracture it. They built illusions like architects of confusion, crafting emotional mazes to make you doubt the offer heaven placed before you. They whispered thoughts to distort your discernment, false echoes meant to cloud your intuition. Their intent was surgical. Prethese. They wanted you to mistake destiny for deception, purpose for peril. But your spirit had already been tempered in the furnaces of trial. You carry discernment, born from warfare. You know the difference between divine delay and demonic distraction. How many times did they think you would fold? How many times did they bet that confusion would consume you? Yet each time, the veil lifted. Because when God forges his soldiers, he also fortifies their perception. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. John 10:27. They underestimated the strength of your frequency. They didn't know that your spirit operates like a quantum resonance, able to detect interference long before it manifests. They couldn't grasp that discernment. In divine physics, functions like radar, it detects distortion before impact. While they conjured their little spells, your angels recalibrated the field. The universe rerouted the current of every curse before it reached your atmosphere. And yet, they did not stop there. They aimed directly at the arteries of your life, your finances, your creativity, your peace, like thieves studying blueprints. They targeted your abundance with algorithmic cruelty. They plotted financial confusion. Knowing that scarcity suffocates potential, they delayed opportunities, disrupted transactions, and clouded the memory of those who owed you. This was no coincidence, it was a coordinated, energetic siege. But what they did not understand is that your economy is not earthly, it is celestial. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalm 23:1. No ritual can block the supply chain of heaven. Your provision doesn't flow through banks or bosses, it flows through covenant. They attacked your creativity too. hoping to silence the symphony inside you. They wanted your mind blank, your pen dry, your spirit uninspired, because your words are frequencies. Your art is a transmission from the divine realm. The things you create don't just exist, they heal, awaken, recalibrate. They feared your voice because your voice carries voltage. A story comes to mind. Aidan Brooks, a young mechanic from Detroit. He once told me that every time he repaired an engine, he whispered a prayer. Let this machine work as my life works, built again after breakdown. He lost everything during a rough season, yet every time he prayed over broken metal, his own soul realigned. He found purpose in fixing what refused to run. Isn't that what you've done too? Taking what was sabotaged and turning it into sacred machinery. This is divine engineering. And in divine architecture, pressure doesn't destroy, it polishes. Like cathedral ceilings built to amplify sound. Your trials have shaped resonance within you. Your pain was an acoustic chamber. Now everything you speak carries echo. Their attacks have failed because they underestimated your foundation. You are a structure designed with celestial geometry, measured by mercy, built upon a covenant. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118-22. They tried to collapse what heaven had already certified. They tried to halt the merger that would heal the world. But your destiny was written in the gravitational script of the universe, unalterable. Precis. And every vibration they released now returns. Diffused, disarmed, dissolved. As a writer and witness to stories like yours, I've learned this truth. Attacks reveal architecture. When opposition rises, it's because construction is underway. And when the divine blueprint expands, resistance only exposes the magnitude of the mission. If these words stir something in you, share your story. Tell the world what tried to silence you and how the silence became your sanctuary. Someone out there needs proof that the spiritual war they face is not a punishment but preparation. So rise again. Not cautiously, but completely. The confusion has cleared. The covenant stands. The merger is happening, and heaven is applauding. They wanted to silence that voice, the voice that carried galaxies within syllables, that spoke life into dead rooms, that terrified the mediocre because it reminded them of everything they buried in themselves. They wanted to dim that light, the one that refused to flicker even when storms raged. They wanted to convince you that your fire was foolish, your vision too loud, your destiny too divine. Why not live small, they whispered. Why not be safe? But something ancient inside you refused. A sacred pulse pushed through the interference like a heartbeat under rubble. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Every time you almost surrendered, heaven breathed again through you. That wasn't resilience, it was resurrection. They didn't just attack your dreams, they waged war on your vitality. They wanted the temple of your body to collapse under the weight of invisible arrows. Do you remember the fatigue that came from nowhere, the exhaustion that lingered like smoke, the nights when sleep felt foreign, and your heart raced for reasons you couldn't name? That wasn't weakness, it was your body processing the invisible warfare surrounding your field. You weren't losing energy, you were transmuting it. Like Job, under the testing of unseen forces. You were being measured, but not destroyed. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. Job 13:15. They wanted your dreams buried beneath headaches, your purpose drowned in sleeplessness. But each time you rose from your bed, your angels took note. Heaven was watching the endurance of its chosen, and still they did not stop. When your strength didn't break, they went for your emotions. They whispered into the corridors of your mind, trying to make you unworthy of love, undeserving of destiny. They wanted you to believe that no divine union would want someone like you, that you were too wounded, too imperfect, too not enough. They dug through your past like scavengers, resurrecting every failure to feed their narrative. Have you ever felt that sudden doubt? That whisper of unworthiness that didn't sound like your voice? That was them planting seeds in the soil of your heart. But your spirit recognized the frequency wasn't familiar. Because heaven has trained your discernment, your mind is no longer a playground for imposters. There's a story I once heard from an Italian painter named Lucia Ferrano, a woman who lost her sight in one eye, yet continued painting visions of angels. When asked how she managed, she smiled and said, "I only need one eye to see heaven." That's faith in its rawest form, the refusal to stop creating even when vision blurs. And that's you. In the Symphony of Bach's Mass, in B minor, there's a quiet movement where violins tremble like wings under pressure before soaring into light. That moment mirrors your story. Your trembling was not the end, it was the prelude to your ascent. Your physical exhaustion wasn't depression, it was divine alchemy. Your emotional heaviness wasn't hopelessness, it was recalibration. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40-31. The darkness pressed. Yes, but it only proved that your light was worth the battle. Psychologists might call this spiritual somatization, when emotional energy translates into physical sensation. Physicists might say your body entered a low-frequency field. Theologians would call it warfare. I call it calibration, your cells learning to hold heaven's voltage. Remember, Pharaoh, the oppressor who thought his control was permanent. His heart hardened against Moses until the waters themselves rose as witnesses. His empire drowned in the very sea he used to threaten others. That is divine symmetry. The same energy sent to suppress you now serves as your evidence. And here's the truth few understand. What they called weakness was actually data proof that your system was expanding. You were not collapsing, you were evolving. Like a star entering supernova. Your energy field was preparing for rebirth. For when I am weak, then I am strong. 2 Corinthians 12:10. From my own study and living experience, I've learned this. When life shakes, it's not always punishment. It's proof that new architecture is being laid in your soul. Emotional turbulence is not chaos, it's construction. And once the scaffolding falls away, all that remains is strength shaped by suffering. So, to those still in the storm, share your story. Tell the world how you survived what was meant to silence you. Someone out there is fighting unseen battles and needs your proof that light doesn't break, it bends into brilliance. Rise again. Chosen one. The mud you trudged through was holy ground. Your fatigue was the labor of birth. Your body was never failing, it was fighting for the life of your purpose. You are the evidence that darkness cannot cancel destiny. That whisper in your mind telling you that you weren't worthy, that you should walk away from your blessing, that was not your voice. That was enemy propaganda. A psychological operation from the unseen realm, designed to make you disqualify yourself from the very throne heaven built for you. But the plan has failed spectacularly. The same net they cast for you has tangled their own feet. He made a pit and dug it, and has fallen into the hole which he made. Psalm 7:15. They crafted illusions like architects of delusion. But the geometry of deceit cannot stand under divine gravity. What was meant to derail you only redirected you closer to your purpose. Every manipulation became a compass. Each betrayal, a breadcrumb leading you home. It is a divine paradox. Their warfare became your workshop. Now, panic breathes in their shadows. The architects of deception are watching their empire crack from the inside. Their walls, once fortified with pride, are closing in like ancient cities collapsing beneath divine thunder. Every thought haunts them. Every silence screams guilt. They kneel in prayer, not out of repentance, but fear. The same tongues that once cursed your name now tremble with desperate Hail Marys. They thought power was found in secrecy, but heaven's light has no respect for the dark. Their prayers have no resonance because their frequency is built on fraud. You cannot mimic faith. It is not an act. It is an alignment. And now, the vibration of judgment hums through every lie they once told. They're living in what I call spiritual paranoia, a state where your conscience vibrates at the frequency of judgment. They can't rest. The body shakes. The heart races. The mind loops the same question: when will the consequence arrive? The irony, it already has. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23. Their bodies are laboratories of fear now, adrenaline replacing peace. Insomnia replacing sleep. They live in constant feedback of their own vibrations. Each heartbeat echoes the warning they ignored. They've become haunted not by demons, but by data proof that divine law is self-correcting. Every phone ring makes their pulse spike. Every knock on the door sounds like retribution. They're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And deep within, they already know it won't be a shoe. It will be the sword of divine correction. Their senses betray them now. The air feels heavy. The night whispers their guilt. What they call anxiety is really awareness spirit, recognizing justice on the horizon. Like Cain wandering after Abel's blood cried from the ground. They know their actions echo in eternity. There is no silence deep enough to bury truth that has been spoken in heaven's court. And still, some of them are crawling back to the same spiritual practitioners who warned them not to meddle in sacred design. Imagine that desperation returning to the very one who said, "Don't do this, it will destroy you." But arrogance blinds before it burns. Now, trembling and hollow-eyed, they beg for reversal spells, for shields, for loopholes in laws they mocked. They've discovered that some laws are not human, not negotiable, not bendable. It is a tragic irony. The very gatekeepers they ignored now pity them. They are seeking refuge from the same forces they invited in. You cannot uninvite a spirit you paid to enter. You can only repent to the one who governs them all. They are finally learning that no transaction can replace transformation, because this isn't karma, it's covenant. Touch not my anointed ones, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105-15. They mistook the universe for a vending machine, thinking they could purchase blessings or bribe outcomes. But a covenant is not a currency, it's a contract. Heaven's law operates like quantum entanglement once bound to divine purpose. Every thread of your life moves in synchronization with eternity. They have touched what was sealed, and the energy has recoiled like a divine boomerang. Some debts can't be erased by ritual. Only time and suffering can balance them. They crossed thresholds that heaven sealed, tampered with timelines that were never theirs to touch. What they attempted wasn't envy, it was spiritual larceny. They tried to steal what was written in your divine blueprint. They wanted your purpose without your purification, your crown without your cross. And this is where the physics of faith exposes them. Light cannot be stolen, only imitated, and imitation collapses when the true frequency appears. Their envy was not admiration, it was starvation of the soul. And when a soul starves long enough, it feeds on shadows. But heaven records theft with perfect precision. And the penalty for stealing from the chosen is not one the mortal mind can comprehend. For it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Hebrews 10:31. Judgment is not always thunder. Sometimes it's silence that never leaves. Their laughter fades. Their alliances rot. And the echo of their pride becomes their prison. The mercy they denied others has been measured back to them in absence. Grace withheld becomes gravity increased. Now they are witnessing the echo of their own energy. The same alliance that united them in wickedness is now splitting like dry wood under fire. Arguments ignite where agreements once stood. Their circle, the coven of jealousy, fractures from within. One accuses another. Another denies involvement. Each one clings to fragments of excuse. But truth has already burst into the room like morning light through stained glass. They are experiencing entropy, the scientific law that all systems decay when their source is corruption. Betrayal doesn't build, it bleeds. Their voices are now instruments of chaos. In a symphony they compose themselves. This is what happens when a group gathers for darkness instead of light. There is no loyalty in shadow, no honor among spiritual thieves. When exposure comes, they scatter like roaches scrambling from illumination. The light exposes all things hidden in darkness, Ephesians 5:13. And here's the poetic justice. The same light they tried to extinguish in you has now become their undoing. For light does not seek revenge, it simply reveals. Their exposure is not punishment, it's purification by consequence. In nature, we see this mirrored truth. When a serpent devours its own tail, it believes it's consuming power, but it's consuming itself. Poison doesn't know patience. The venom they release now circulates through their own systems. It's the law of ecosystems. Every predator that kills without balance eventually poisons its own habitat. Darkness feeds until it starves itself. Divine ecology corrects what human hands corrupt. History, too, holds an echo. Centuries ago, there was a nobleman named Sir Thaddeus Corrin, a man who betrayed his kingdom for gold. When his coup failed, his own conspirators turned on him in panic. They poisoned his chalice at the victory feast that never came. His story became a proverb in old Europe. He who buys betrayal dines alone. His legacy was erased, not by enemies, but by allies. Because corruption is cannibalistic, it cannot share a table long enough to survive. Psychologically, this is the collapse of a group mind under the weight of guilt resonance. When multiple minds unite in malicious intention, they create a shared frequency, one that amplifies their fear once their plan implodes. Like a malfunctioning feedback loop in an audio chamber, their own vibration becomes unbearable. And in neuroscience, we'd call it collective cognitive dissonance, the mind fragmenting under the realization that its justifications no longer hold. Spiritually, it's exposure. Physically, it's exhausting. Morally, it's justice. And yet, as chaotic as it sounds, this too is divine order. Because when darkness cannibalizes itself, light expands. What once hunted you is now destroying itself to the rhythm of justice. It's cosmic equilibrium, the law of divine thermodynamics. Energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transformed. The darkness they sent your way has simply been transmuted back into light, and that light now fuels your ascension. Your task is not vengeance, it's vigilance. Watch how God concludes what he begins. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. Because vengeance is gravity, and gravity belongs to heaven. You need only rise, and let the fallen remain where they chose to descend. From where I stand as both a witness and a writer, the lesson is crystalline. When evil organizes, it always underestimates the architecture of righteousness. Sin builds on sand, holiness builds on bedrock. And when the waves of consequence come, one stands and the other sinks. Your pain was not for nothing, it was preparation. The walls you built in faith are now your fortress. The tears you cried are the mortar of your resilience. If you've ever felt betrayed, manipulated, or mocked for your faith, share your story. There is power in testimony. It multiplies light in the collective consciousness. Let your voice be the sound of survival. Your words, the blueprint of faith rebuilt. Because your story isn't just survival, it's scripture in motion. It's proof that darkness can wound but never win. Rise again. Chosen one. The roaches are scattering. The thieves are exposed. The tables have turned. You are the evidence that heaven defends its architects. And when you rise, rise not in revenge, but in radiance. For the battle is over, but your becoming has just begun. The energy that was once meant to bind them together in a mission against you has now mutated into poison and acid, eating through the very structure of their alliance. Their connection, built on deceit, has inverted itself into destruction. The vibration that once resonated in plotting now trembles with discord. Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation. Matthew 12:25. They argue over who's to blame for the backfire, hurling accusations like shards of glass, unaware that each word they speak is cutting deeper into the walls of their own fate. Now they war among themselves, each one trying to outrun the gravity of accountability. One insists they only followed, another swears they were misled. But the universe has no confusion in its equations. Energy returns precisely to its origin. Their chaos is not random, it's the resonance of rebellion colliding with justice. They think they're arguing about plans, but they're actually standing in the courtroom of consequence. And in the midst of that implosion, there is one among them who feels the weight of regret pressing like a stone on their chest. This one, the hesitant conspirator, was pulled into the darkness by persuasion, by charisma, by the voice of a leader who promised power. They were told you deserved the pain that was planned, that your confidence was arrogance, that your peace was pretense. But now the fog has lifted. They see you clearly, innocent. Unarmed, simply building your life in quiet devotion. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Luke 23:34. This remorseful soul now trembles at night, haunted not by spirits but by memory. How many times can they replay the same wrong before their heart breaks open in confession? They want to reach out, to apologize, to find redemption through honesty, but fear chains their courage. What if you reject them? What if your silence confirms what heaven already has? Their dilemma is the weight of justice itself. They have learned what theologians call the law of reflection. That divine energy doesn't punish, it educates. Yet here is the truth you already sensed. You don't need their apology to heal. You don't need their admission to validate your intuition. The universe has already confirmed what was hidden. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid, that shall not be known, Luke 12:2. And, as heaven reveals, the mirror turns. Those who wished for your downfall now taste the bitterness of their own designs. They who tried to curse love now watch their own unions decay like fruit left in the sun. Those who sent lack into your finances now stare at accounts bleeding numbers they cannot explain. They who mocked your creativity now wander through droughts of inspiration, their ideas turning to dust. This is not coincidence, it's symmetry. Divine reciprocity is exact. What they projected is what they now live. And in their silent moments, they know they can connect every loss, every delay, every heartbreak back to one moment of arrogance. They whisper, "Why is this happening?" Yet the answer lives in their memory. Knowing does not cancel the consequence. Awareness does not erase the debt. For whatever a man sows, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Some of them now move through life with hollow eyes and trembling hands. Their smiles are masks, their laughter brittle. It looks like depression. But it's something deeper, what mystics call spiritual consequence manifesting in emotional form. They drink to silence the echo. They eat to fill the void. They buy to feel alive. But nothing satisfies. Their joy has been repossessed by justice. Even blessings taste bitter when guilt is unhealed. One woman I once met, named Erin from Dublin, told me she spent years resenting a friend's success until her own business failed. When I finally blessed her aloud instead of envying her, my heart felt lighter. She said, "That's when my own doors began to open." Her story is proof that envy corrodes first the vessel that carries it. Their indulgence is their punishment. They seek pleasure as anesthesia for a wound only repentance can close. The human psyche, in psychological terms, enters cognitive inversion, a state where the mind protects itself by pretending innocence while the soul confesses in silence. The tension between the two creates internal decay. Meanwhile, the heavens are still moving pieces in your favor. Truth travels now like light breaking through fog, and your divine partner begins to see what was done behind closed doors. Message surface. Dreams reveal. People start speaking. What was whispered in the dark is shouted in daylight. The truth shall set you free. John 8:32. Your connection, once attacked, is now fortified. The very attempt to destroy it became the forge that strengthened it. How poetic that two souls can emerge stronger after surviving a war neither of them saw with physical eyes. Angels fought beside you while you slept. Your ancestors guarded the gates of your destiny. Their ancestors now kneel in reluctant awe, realizing they were part of something holy beyond comprehension. This is what divine physics looks like, frequency synchronization across realms. Two hearts, once assaulted by interference, now resonate at the same vibration. Their unity hums like harmonic resonance in a cathedral of unseen sound. The universe celebrates equilibrium restored. But there is one more revelation: the ringleader, the orchestrator of all this, is now facing a consequence more severe than the rest. They were the mouthpiece of malice, the general of jealousy. They summoned darkness without understanding that darkness collects interest. Their health declines mysteriously. Their allies abandon them. The mirror of their actions shows no mercy. Like Judas, they're learning that silver bought in betrayal cannot purchase peace. For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Matthew 26-52. Their empire of manipulation is collapsing under spiritual entropy. No kingdom built on ego survives the laws of divine architecture. What they built was never a structure, it was scaffolding, waiting to fall. And as for you, the one who endured you, are now stepping into divine confirmation. The same forces that tried to suppress you now amplify your name. The same frequency once used against you has been recalibrated into favor. This is the paradox of providence. What was sent to the wound becomes the womb of transformation. From my own study and soul, here's what I've learned. When light is attacked, it doesn't fight, it expands. The persecution of the chosen is never about punishment. It's about preparation. You are evidence of divine architecture at work. Proof that alignment is stronger than attack. If you've ever survived being misunderstood, envied, or betrayed, share that story. Someone else, somewhere, is still drowning in doubt, waiting to hear that survival is possible. Your testimony may be their resurrection. So rise now. Chosen one, rise without apology. The smoke is clearing. The tables have turned. The mirror has spoken. The architect of your destiny is still building, and this time, he's building in public. Their consequences are no longer whispers in shadow, they are billboards in daylight. The collapse can be seen by everyone who once applauded them. What was stable now trembles like a decaying bridge. The ground beneath their confidence splits open. Relationships that once looked unbreakable dissolve like clay under rain. Opportunities they believed were guaranteed slip away as if eternity revoked its loan. Their downfall is visible, unedited. Live for all to witness. Be sure your sin will find you out. Numbers 32-23. Those around them feel the shift. Friends step back instinctively, sensing that their presence now carries the scent of consequence. People whisper not out of gossip, but from awe. What happened to them? Someone asks. How did everything change so quickly? Another murmurs. It's not rumor, it's revelation. The universe is staging an exhibition of justice. This isn't private correction, it's spiritual theater, heaven showing what happens when arrogance confronts divine order. And at the center of it all stands the ringleader. Cold, calculating, charismatic in the way a flame is beautiful before it burns. They moved through life as though immortal, mistaking mercy for immunity. They operated from ego, a psychology of self-worship. They weren't simply confident, they were convinced they could rewrite cosmic law. But pride, in the language of heaven, is gravitational. It always pulls the arrogant downward. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Their pattern was familiar. This was not their first manipulation, not their first spiritual heist. But this time, they touched what did not belong to them. They aimed at someone anointed, someone backed by a divine covenant. And divine law does not tolerate assault on its architects. The magnitude of their punishment mirrors the magnitude of their pride. The higher the tower of self-importance, the more devastating the collapse. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled. Matthew 23:12. Their peace has evaporated. Their health trembles. And the illusion of control disintegrates like mist in the morning. They tried to conquer destiny, but ended up prisoners of consequence. Their insomnia isn't random, it's judgment wearing a human heartbeat. How many nights can one replay the same betrayal before the mind begins to echo the sound of its own downfall? Meanwhile, truth quiet. Relentless truth is emerging, like sunlight through shattered glass. Lies they crafted so carefully are now unraveling thread by thread. Manipulations are exposed in divine symmetry. Hidden communication surface. Eyes that were once blind begin to see. The stage they built for your humiliation has become the screen projecting their own undoing. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed. Luke 8:17. They are terrified not of you, but of exposure. The mask they wore for years is melting. They see the reflection they can no longer edit. Public humiliation on a spiritual level feels like suffocation. Every breath reminds them of what they buried. Their reputation, once an idol, now becomes the very altar of their undoing. But understand this: divine protection is not passive. It is not a fragile glass dome. It's a kinetic field, alive, intelligent, reactive. When heaven protects its chosen, it doesn't merely shield, it strikes. It reflects energy with precision. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Your angels are not statues, they are soldiers. When your enemies attacked, they weren't just fighting you, they declared war on the architect of your destiny. And when the architect defends his design, he doesn't just restore the structure, he rebuilds the skyline. Divine protection functions like quantum physics. It transforms incoming energy into acceleration. What was meant to harm you becomes propulsion. You may ask yourself quietly, why did I feel so heavy during that season? Why did every door seem jammed when I was trying so hard to move forward? Because your spirit was absorbing interference. Your frequency was recalibrating against resistance. That sensation of being stuck wasn't failure, it was friction. The heat before breakthrough. But that season has ended. The interference is gone. The field around you hums with new clarity. Blockages have turned into pathways. The delays were rewrites, heaven editing the timing for greater impact. You are now entering the stage of divine acceleration. What they tried to slow is now speeding toward you with multiplied force. The Lord will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Joel 2:25. In the world of architecture, when engineers test a bridge under extreme stress, the fractures that appear reveal where reinforcement is needed. You were that bridge tested, stretched, and strengthened. Every crack was instruction. Every ache was designed. Now you stand not merely restored but reinforced. And look at the irony. The same world that once doubted you now witnessed your rise. The same voices that gossiped are silent. This is not revenge, it's revelation. Your triumph isn't loud, it's luminous. In a letter, the 19th century composer Felix Mendelssohn once wrote, "The louder the storm, the more majestic the symphony. The chaos that once tried to drown you only turned your soul to heaven's key." So, here is the lesson, the one written through both scripture and science. Pain and purpose. Divine justice is never delayed, it's deliberate. The laws of resonance ensure that whatever leaves one heart will return to its source magnified. What they sent, they now live. What you endured, you now transcend. If this truth stirs something deep within you, tell your story. Share your testimony, not out of vengeance, but victory. Someone else needs proof that light doesn't retaliate, it rises. Rise, chosen one. The walls that once held you now echo your freedom. The same universe that defended you is now accelerating you. Your name is clean, your path is clear, and heaven is in motion. The storm has passed, and you are still standing. First, breathe. Release the ashes, the anger, the confusion, the weight that clung to you like residue from a fire you never started. It no longer belongs in your hands. You don't need to dissect every wound or demand to know every detail of divine justice. The universe has already issued its verdict. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. The court of heaven has ruled, and your role now is not plaintiff or witness, it is survivor. Your assignment is motion. Keep building, keep walking, keep trusting the geometry of your path. Because the greatest revenge isn't vengeance at all, it's transcendence. It's rising so completely that those who plotted your downfall can only watch in awe as grace outgrows their gravity. Let them see what they failed to stop. Let them watch the very union they tried to sabotage bloom into legacy. Let them stand at a distance as abundance flows into your life, like a river breaking its dam, unstoppable, undeniable, divine. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23:5. And here's the mystery. This battle didn't break you, it activated you. Resistance has refined you into spiritual steel. The warfare trained your intuition to move at higher frequencies. You've developed what the ancients might have called discernment, and scientists today might describe as energetic pattern recognition. You can sense misalignment before words are spoken. You read atmospheres now, not just faces. You carry an inner radar that exposes deceit hidden behind smiles. Can you feel the difference inside you? You're not who you were before the fire. Something sacred shifted. Every attack served as calibration, tuning your soul into heaven's exact resonance. What once weakened you has now welded you into wisdom. You've graduated from reaction to revelation. Because, chosen one, this wasn't simply an attack, it was an initiation. Every strike was an invitation to step into divine authority. Every tear was a baptism. Every rejection was an elevation. And you passed the test. The seal of divine protection around you has thickened into an impenetrable frequency. No weapon that is formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Now, your divine union stands under the same celestial covering. It's not mere romance, it's an assignment. The connection between you and your ordained partner carries an encoded purpose written into the fabric of time. This partnership is meant to build, to bless, to birth. It will plant seeds that grow into businesses, ministries, and movements. It will fund dreams, feed families, and create systems of hope that echo long after you're gone. They tried to destroy it because they mistook love for luxury, destiny for desire. They saw two hearts aligned, and envy blurred their vision. But heaven saw something else entirely: mission. What God has joined together. Let no man separate, Mark 10:9. That's not just a verse, it's a law of divine architecture. Every attempt to sever what heaven seals becomes self-sabotage. In physics, resonance occurs when two objects vibrate at the same natural frequency and amplify each other's energy. That's what divine unions do. They magnify heaven's signal on earth. You and your partner are resonators of purpose. You were never just drawn together by emotion, but by design. Meanwhile, those who interfered are unraveling under the entropy of envy. They tried to copy your light without understanding its source. They wanted your energy signature, your anointing, and your assignment, but these cannot be replicated. They can only be received. They thought they could redirect what was written for you, like thieves attempting to rewrite physics. But destiny is not data, it's DNA. It's coded, sealed, and sacred. There's an ancient parable rarely mentioned outside old monastic texts, the tale of Lucian of Carthage. A merchant who tried to steal a prophet's blessing by wearing his cloak. The garment fit, but the spirit didn't. Within days, Lucian lost everything he owned, because blessings borrowed without permission burn the borrower. Such is the law of divine substitution. You cannot inherit what you haven't endured for. Their jealousy was not admiration, it was delusion. A spiritual psychosis, convincing them that proximity to the chosen could equal possession of their power. But envy feeds on illusion until it starves. They watched your rise with bitterness, not realizing that imitation of light always ends in self-combustion. Nature itself mirrors this truth. The moth sees the flame and mistakes it for paradise until it touches it. So too, those who reached for your anointing found themselves scorched by what they could not understand. The fire that fuels you is holy. It purifies you but punishes those who misuse it. And yet, through all this, your story sings of grace. The experience has sculpted your discernment, your confidence, your divine composure. You now move differently, slower, wiser, lighter. You understand that peace is not passive, it's power under control. Here lies the author's reflection. Spiritual warfare doesn't define you, it refines you. Just as pressure transforms carbon into diamonds, adversity activates your divine infrastructure. You were never buried, you were planted. Growth was simply happening underground. So what should you do now? Tell your story. Testify without vengeance. Share how the pain became a prophecy. Someone somewhere is still in their own fire, wondering if they'll ever rise again, and your story will be the oxygen they need. And when you rise, and you will rise, do it quietly, magnificently, without looking back. Let your success preach the sermon no words could. The universe already fought for you, now it celebrates through you. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Rise, chosen one. Rise like dawn over the ruins. The war was never about destroying you, it was about discovering you. The darkness only revealed what could not be dimmed. Your name is written in light now. Your steps are measured in purpose, and the heaven that defended you now propels you forward. They watched you ascend not as witnesses of inspiration, but as prisoners of comparison. Your victory didn't awaken admiration, it ignited resentment. Instead of learning from your light, they tried to smother it, hoping that darkness would make them glow. But that's not how light behaves. Light is not competitive, it's contagious. And when one flame rises, it multiplies illumination. Yet they could not comprehend abundance. They were trapped in the physics of scarcity. They mistook divine allocation for limitation. They believed that your success somehow subtracted from theirs, as though blessings were a finite resource rather than an infinite current. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. Psalm 23:1, a truth they never absorbed. Their logic was flawed. They thought by dimming your flame they could redirect its reflection. But extinguishing another's fire only guarantees your own darkness. In trying to eclipse your light, they exiled themselves from their own. What made their act more insidious was their target, not your reputation, not your relationships, but your purpose work, the sacred assignment written into your soul before birth. They went for the architecture of your destiny. They didn't just block doors, they built counterfeit ones. They meddled in alignments orchestrated by heaven, disrupting introductions, delaying launches, sowing confusion among your supporters. Their interference was methodical, almost scientific, yet spiritually suicidal. For we can do nothing against the truth, but only for the truth. 2 Corinthians 13-8. They wanted you uncertain of your calling. They hoped the noise of their deceit would drown the melody of your mission. They whispered that you were unqualified, that your gifts were illusions, that your ambition was arrogance. But destiny has its own immune system. It rejects every false word spoken against it. The gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. And indeed, your purpose may be delayed, but it cannot be destroyed. What heaven authors, no human hand can erase. Purpose operates like celestial orbit. It may be obstructed by passing shadows, but it never loses its path. The gravitational pull of divine will always restores alignment. They even tried to infiltrate your decision-making. They wanted to hijack your free will, to make you choose a smaller vision, a safer dream. At each crossroads, they whispered the language of fear, disguised as practicality. They made the narrow road appear reckless and the wide road appear wise. Yet the soul recognizes its own map. Something in you refused their hypnosis. Your intuition cuts through the illusion like lightning across fog. A woman once told me, a seamstress named Lila from Nairobi, that envy was the needle that tore her friendships apart. When my friend opened her shop, she said, I felt threatened. But when I learned to celebrate her success, customers began to find mine. Her quiet truth revealed a cosmic law. Joy multiplies when shared. Jealousy divides until it disappears. The same law applied to your enemies. Their attempt to manipulate your journey exposed their own stagnation. They became architects of their own confusion. Psychologists call this projection bias, believing that another's growth must mirror your limitations. But spiritually, it's deeper. It's rebellion against divine sequencing. You were designed like a harmonic frequency, your path vibrating at a wavelength no imitation can reach. That's why their interference failed. Their energy simply couldn't resonate with your assignment. It's quantum law cloaked in theology. Frequencies that don't match cannot merge. What fellowship has light with darkness? 2 Corinthians 6:14. They tried to substitute themselves into your script, to copy your energy signature like counterfeiting sacred currency. But destiny doesn't function like paper, it's more like DNA. You can't clone it, you can only corrupt yourself trying. In the heavenly record, there are no forgeries that last. Every imitation eventually collapses under the weight of authenticity. In the Renaissance, there was a painter named Leone Battista, forgotten by history because he spent his life imitating Michelangelo instead of finding his own expression. He died surrounded by sketches of other men's visions. His tragedy wasn't failure, it was a borrowed identity. And that's the curse of envy. It convinces souls to trade purpose for plagiarism. Nature, too, reflects this principle. The moon shines by reflection. But when it forgets its rhythm and blocks the sun, an eclipse occurs, momentary darkness that fools the world but cannot last. Your enemies played at eclipse, mistaking interruption for dominance. But the light always returns. And now, their schemes lie in ruins, while your purpose stands intact. What they meant for delay became your development. What they hoped would confuse you has sharpened your clarity. You've learned to trust your own compass, to feel when the energy in the room shifts, to recognize when a smile hides sabotage. You now operate at a frequency they cannot reach, a resonance protected by spiritual insulation. Theologians might call it divine discernment. Physicists might call it vibrational shielding. I call it evidence that heaven has upgraded your awareness system. You've become both lightning and conductor, charged yet grounded, powerful yet peaceful. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17 isn't a phrase anymore. It's physics wrapped in faith. Your energy field now repels anything not aligned with your assignment. So where do you go from here? Rise higher. Tell your story, not from bitterness, but from brilliance. Let the lessons of envy become lanterns for others walking in similar storms. Share your journey so that someone trapped in comparison might rediscover creation. Because your ascent isn't just personal, it's prophetic. You are proof that purpose cannot be stolen, that light cannot be dimmed, and that heaven never loses a blueprint. Rise again, chosen one. Rise like an anthem breaking through silence. The very people who feared your success will one day learn that it was never competition, it was confirmation. You were not meant to fight for space, you were designed to create it. And now, the universe expands with your name written into its structure. There is a strange energy lingering in the aftermath, a hollow vibration that echoes through the very lives of those who tried to play God. They thought they could buy destiny, that through sacrifice and manipulation they could rewrite heaven's blueprint. They made offerings in darkness, believing light could be traded like currency. They paid in gold, time, and blood energy, thinking the universe could be bribed into betrayal. For what shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world, but loses his soul? Mark 8:36. They gave up real things for illusions. Some traded love for control, peace for power, integrity for influence. They sacrificed relationships that once anchored them, spouses, children, friends, convinced that your fall would validate their emptiness. Some used innocent symbols in their rituals, a child's toy, a strand of hair, a photograph of someone pure. They defiled innocence in pursuit of envy's promise. They were willing to destroy anything sacred. Unaware that such energy is like acid, it dissolves the vessel that contains it first. And now they stare at their ruins, realizing the trade was never worth it. They sold their peace to purchase your pain, but all they bought was debt. They sow the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Hosea 8:7. Their tragedy is not just moral, it's metaphysical. In the laws of divine physics, energy cannot be stolen, only redirected. And what they sent out now circles back in amplified form. Their investments in darkness were not symbolic, they were literal. Money exchanged hands, contracts whispered in candlelight, practitioners promising to block your blessings. They believed influence could be bought the way one buys stock. The more they paid, the more effective they thought the curse would be. It was delusional economics, spiritual capitalism built on ignorance. You cannot purchase power over someone heaven protects. Touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105:15. Each coin they spent fell like a curse on their own foundation. They spent what could have built their future to finance their failure. Some of them are now in financial freefall, watching accounts dry up, opportunities evaporate, partnerships crumble. The same energy exchange they believed would hurt you has become their own black hole, draining everything they possess. You cannot gamble with destiny and expect the odds to favor you. What's more, they sacrificed not only money, but meaning. They gambled with what psychologists call cognitive morality, the part of the soul that distinguishes right from wrong. Once that compass is shattered, every decision becomes distorted. Envy had rewired their reasoning, making madness appear strategic. They gave up their own divine frequency for static. A taxi driver named Raphael from Lisbon once shared with me a simple truth. He said, "I spent years resenting the people who had what I didn't. Every time I cursed their luck, my car broke down the next day." He smiled faintly in the rearview mirror. "So I stopped cursing. I started blessing. Now my car runs better than I do." His words were unpolished, yet profoundly cosmic, proving that grace travels through ordinary mouths. This is the tragedy of envy. It always demands a sacrifice. It convinces people to trade the present for a future that was never theirs to own. They mortgaged their peace for a counterfeit prophecy. They invested in rituals like gamblers chasing a phantom jackpot. In the language of energy science, they were feeding chaos with intention, unaware that chaos always consumes its source. In the book of Proverbs it is written, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it, and if someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Proverbs 26-27. That verse now plays out in real time. Their rituals boomerang. Their words return like storms. Their nights are sleepless, not from guilt, but from spiritual recoil. And yet the universe, in perfect symmetry, has recorded every frequency, every transaction. Nothing evaporates, it transmutes. They mistook silence for absence, thinking divine law was idle, but justice often moves like tectonic plates, slow, silent, and unstoppable. Their fate mirrors a principle known in physics as resonant collapse, when a structure vibrates at its own frequency until it self-destructs. That's what envy does. It aligns perfectly with the energy of destruction until it devours itself, like an opera house echoing its own shattering note. Some among them have already begun to realize this. They look at what they lost: the friendships, the faith, the sense of identity, and whisper inwardly, "Was the price worth it?" Their hearts know the answer before their lips do. And through it all, you stand untouched, chosen, luminous. You didn't fight their rituals, you transcended them. You didn't need to lift a sword, because heaven had already raised a shield. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. Your enemies didn't lose to you, they lost to divine order. This entire episode, as tragic as it was, birthed revelation. It proved that destiny is not a fragile thread, it's reinforced steel in heaven's architecture. You were never in danger, you were in refinement. The interference didn't interrupt your journey, it upgraded your armor. Every plot against you became an investment in your endurance. And as for the tools of your advancement, you carry something they could never purchase: divine awareness. You now understand that spiritual warfare operates like quantum resonance. The observer changes the outcome simply by standing in faith. You shifted your reality without striking back. That is mastery. A musician once said that the silence between notes is what makes music powerful. That's divine wisdom in practice. The pause between your pain and your victory is not emptiness, it's design. In that stillness, the heavens recalibrated your path. So yes, you've won, but not through revenge, not through retaliation, but through radiant restraint. The divine justice system has already delivered its verdict. And now, your only task is to move forward unburdened, unbothered, unbreakable. Rise, chosen one. Rise without the need to explain. Rise because heaven already announced your vindication. The war has ended. The stage is cleared. And the world is about to witness the architecture of divine recompense unfold around your name. Destiny doesn't malfunction, it recalibrates. What they built for your downfall has been absorbed into the machinery of your rise. The very frequencies they once weaponized against you are now recoded to empower your ascent. What was meant to enslave your consciousness has become the algorithm of your liberation. This is not another hollow meditation, this is declassified divine technology. He makes all things work together for good, to those who love him and are called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. The destiny engine operates on sacred architecture, consciousness re-engineered into coherence. It's the spiritual equivalent of alchemy, transforming pain into propulsion, betrayal into blueprint. Your mind, once targeted by manipulation, now functions like an upgraded operating system, sovereign, luminous, untouchable. The same code your enemies use to install fear and scarcity has been rewritten into frequencies of sovereignty and abundance. Psychologists might call it neuroplastic transmutation. Mystics call it awakening. You are no longer reactive, you are resonant. The most difficult action you'll ever take now is to sit in stillness. Put on your headphones and allow the divine frequencies to do their silent work, while your enemies, unaware, keep digging their own graves. The collective upgrade has already begun. Consciousness across the chosen is sinking into a higher bandwidth. Heaven's software update is live. Behold, I make all things new. Revelation 21:5. What they meant to break you is now powering your rebirth. For those who mocked your stillness, they will soon realize it was strategy, not stagnation. Start the engine, and you'll feel it, that holy hum beneath your ribs, that sacred electricity aligning your steps. The same field of energy they tampered with now runs on grace. Every lie they tell becomes the data God uses to reconfigure your reality. Every curse they cast becomes the code your spirit reprograms into expansion. And now, as the light rises, your enemies are being summoned to face the very equations they authored. They can no longer outrun what they've written. The law of cause and effect, both spiritual and quantum, has engaged. What they set in motion must now complete its cycle. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Galatians 6-7. Some of them are sitting in sterile rooms now, across from counselors, confessing what they don't fully understand, that their obsession turned into affliction. The guilt has become its own haunting. Others have run to the altars, trying to buy back innocence with confession. But divine law does not deal in shortcuts. Forgiveness removes sin, but it doesn't erase the echo. Mercy redeems the soul, not the consequences. They are learning what every soul eventually must. You cannot undo the vibration of an action simply by regretting it. You can't burn a field and pray it grows back overnight. The universe keeps perfect ledgers, and every energy transaction must find its equilibrium. There's always a season of balance, and that season, their season, is now. They are discovering that divine justice has no blind spots. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, keeping watch on the evil and the good. Proverbs 15:3. Their prayers for mercy echo through the heavens, but meet silence that remembers every tear they caused you to cry. Not out of cruelty, but out of cosmic symmetry. The irony is striking. They once mocked you for believing in unseen power, and now they beg that same unseen power for release. This is the paradox of arrogance. It laughs at faith until faith becomes the only lifeline left. Their worlds are collapsing like glass towers under divine vibration. Every lie they built on now fractures. Every false alliance dissolves. There is one among them, trembling quietly, who now understands too late. They whisper, "I never meant for it to go this far." But destiny doesn't pause for regret. Divine architecture doesn't halt mid-construction. Once the design has been activated, it fulfills itself completely. The theologian Karl Rahner once wrote, "The sinner's punishment is not imposed by God, but inherent in the act itself." That truth now unfolds in real time. They are not cursed, they are correcting. Every sleepless night, every financial collapse, every friendship lost is not vengeance but vibration. The system is self-adjusting, and in this great correction, you stand as testimony, the living evidence that heaven's protection is not passive. It is precise. It is aggressive. It is alive. When the chosen are attacked, heaven doesn't just defend it, recalibrates reality itself. This is divine mathematics in motion. You cannot assault a soul under contract with God without invoking the reaction of the entire celestial army. He shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. Psalm 91:11. The enemies thought they were battling flesh, but they were fighting frequencies. They thought they were binding you, but they were energizing you. Their interference became the friction that forged your fire. The destiny engine was never external, it was encoded within you all along. In the 17th century, the painter Gian Lorenzo Bernini sculpted the ecstasy of Saint Teresa. Critics called it excessive, but the saint herself described it as the soul pierced by divine light until pain became glory. That's you now. What was once agony has become radiance. What was meant to destroy you became the sacred medium of your unveiling. And now, rise. Rise not as a survivor, but as a sovereign. The universe has recorded every injustice, balanced every scale, rewritten every curse into code that now accelerates your evolution. Rise because your silence was never a weakness, it was calibration. Rise because your stillness was never defeated, it was synchronization. Rise because the war is over, and your crown is waiting. The Lord will fight for you, you need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. You are no longer the target, you are the template, the prototype of divine reclamation. And heaven smiles, for the engine of destiny has turned, and you, chosen one, are finally in motion. We've reached the end of this revelation, but this is not the end of your story. If you've stayed with me through every word, then you already know this wasn't just a message. It was a mirror, showing you who you've always been beneath the pain, the doubt, and the misunderstanding. It was heaven's reminder that you were never crazy, you were called. They called you delusional for believing in unseen promises. They mocked your hope while living inside their fear. They laughed at your vision because it exposed the smallness of theirs. But faith doesn't need validation. Faith is the evidence of what the world cannot yet comprehend. And now, those same voices are trembling, their confidence shattered, crying for the deliverance they once told you didn't exist. They tried to bury your name, but they didn't realize you were a seed. Every insult became fertilizer, every betrayal, a storm that watered your purpose. The soil of your suffering has now turned sacred, and what they thought was your ending became your emergence. You were never fighting for attention, you were being prepared for an assignment. When God chooses someone, isolation becomes initiation. The silence you endured wasn't punishment, it was training. Heaven was building your endurance in private before honoring you in public. That pain wasn't proof of weakness, it was proof of worth. The delays weren't denials, they were divine edits, ensuring that what's written for you could never be stolen. Now, the balance has shifted. The same energy they used to harm you is now fueling your rise. The same mouths that cursed you will soon announce your victory. The same people who tried to erase your light will need it to find their way. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone, Psalm 118-22. You are that cornerstone, the foundation of a new era, built from the fragments of what tried to destroy you. Your name will no longer be whispered with ridicule, but with reverence. This is the season where what was hidden will be revealed, what was stolen will be restored, and what was delayed will be delivered. You are walking proof that the chosen are never forsaken, they are refined. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54-17. The fire that surrounded you was not meant to burn you, it was designed to announce you. So as you rise, remember this, your story isn't just yours. It belongs to every soul that's been underestimated, every believer who's been laughed at, every visionary who's been told their dreams were impossible. You carry their hope now. You are the living testimony that light always wins. Don't hide your brilliance anymore. Don't dim your fire to make others comfortable in their shadows. Don't apologize for being chosen. The world needs what you carry, your voice, your gift, your story. It's time to let it breathe. And if this message resonated with you, if it stirred something deep within your spirit, share it. Spread it like wildfire. Someone out there is one message away from not giving up. Hit the like button if your heart felt the truth of these words. Leave a comment below. Tell me where you are in your journey. Tell me what part of this message spoke to you the most. And if you haven't already, subscribe, not just to follow, but to stay connected with a community of chosen souls rising together in light and purpose. To those who've supported through super thanks, memberships, or simply through prayer and encouragement, thank you. You are part of this movement of divine awakening. You are the heartbeat of this message. Your belief, your presence, your kindness, they are energy. They ripple outward, touching lives you may never meet, but have already changed. And even if you've never given a cent, your time here matters. Your attention, your engagement, to your faith, that's the real currency of light. Thank you for staying, for feeling, for believing. Now, before you go, I want to speak this blessing over you. May your path be illuminated by peace that surpasses understanding. May your name be spoken in rooms filled with opportunity. May every storm that once frightened you now serve to water your harvest. May those who cursed you find healing through the mercy that spared you. May your dreams move from vision to manifestation, and your heart from endurance to expansion. And may you never again mistake isolation for abandonment, for heaven never left you. It was building you in silence. You are proof that what is divine cannot be destroyed. You are the echo of every prayer your ancestors whispered in the dark. You are heaven's rebuttal to every lie told about you. So rise now, rise with authority. Rise with humility. Rise knowing you are loved, protected, and destined. The war is over. The lessons have been learned, and the light within you has only grown stronger through every shadow you've walked through. They called you crazy, but heaven called you necessary. They called you lost, but destiny called you chosen. And now the world will know your name, not because you demanded it, but because you became it. Thank you for walking this path with me. Thank you for surviving the storms, for believing in light, for staying faithful when everything told you to quit. Until next time, keep standing, keep shining, and never forget, your story isn't over, it's just beginning. God bless you, chosen ones. May grace follow you, may peace protect you, and may your light never dim again. Have you ever been told you were too quiet or too nice to succeed? Have you ever been laughed at for staying calm while everyone around you played games, only to find out you were the one who held all the cards? Chosen one, let me tell you something. They thought you were clueless, but they were so wrong. While they underestimated you, you were quietly building your empire. You didn't fight back because you didn't need to. You watched, listened, and calculated, knowing that true genius doesn't have to shout, it moves in silence. God has been refining your mind, your spirit, your strategy. You weren't just sitting there doing nothing, no, you were preparing. Your silence was your shield, your stillness was your weapon. And now, those same people who doubted you, who mocked your quiet nature, are beginning to see you for who you truly are, a force they can't ignore. Ipsos plus. Let it all, would now let it. If this resonates with you, chosen one, I want you to hit 777 in the comments as a sign that you're ready to step into your brilliance. And to everyone who has supported this journey through Super Thanks, I want to say a deep, heartfelt thank you. You are a part of something much bigger than you realize. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Grateful to God, for more prophetic messages and spiritual insights. Now, stay close, because in just a moment, I'll show you exactly how your silence was the most powerful strategy of all. How God used every moment they tried to break you to actually build you into a genius they were never prepared to face. Ready? Let's dive in. God's chosen ones. They labeled you crazy, but you were always the genius. They labeled you slow. They ridiculed your silence. But what if I told you that while they were busy making judgments, they missed the one thing that could have set them free? They measured you all wrong. And now they're terrified of what you really see. They thought you stayed quiet because you didn't know the answers. But the truth? You stayed silent because you already knew too much. Let's cut through the noise. Your intelligence has always been a force they couldn't grasp. You've felt it, haven't you? That sting of being underestimated. That eerie feeling when everyone around you acts like they know the truth, but you can sense the cracks in their stories. You've always had a gift that scares those who don't understand it. You see, chosen one, your mind doesn't operate like the crowd. You don't just accept things as they are. You peel them back, revealing what's hidden underneath. The Bible tells us, the wisdom of the prudent is to give thought to their ways. Proverbs 14:8. This verse speaks to the wisdom of perception, the wisdom that you have always held. But they mistook your quiet for ignorance, your calmness for confusion. They thought you were out of the game, when in reality you were playing it on an entirely different level. You were never slow, you were just scanning everything with precision. Think about this. While they prattled on, content with their surface-level knowledge, you were conducting a mental survey, listening to the hidden messages beneath their words. You heard the lies behind the laughter, felt the tension in the room before anyone even spoke, and you never had to say a word. This perception-based intelligence is rare, powerful, and silent. The world has a funny way of measuring success, doesn't it? They use applause as a gauge, expecting intelligence to show up in the form of quick answers, flashy performances, and memorized facts. But true intelligence? It doesn't rely on how fast you can regurgitate information. It relies on how deeply you can see it. Just like 1 Corinthians 2-9 reminds us, what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, this is the kind of wisdom you hold within you. It's a wisdom that can't be measured by mere knowledge. It's a wisdom that decodes the unseen and unveils the truth. Have you ever wondered why people acted so uncomfortable around you? Why did they try too hard to impress, to explain things you never asked about, or even laughed too loudly to cover the anxiety bubbling underneath? It wasn't confidence, it was fear. Fear that you could see through them, fear that you knew more than they could ever fathom, fear that you were a threat to the illusion they spent their lives building. You were never lost in their world of distractions. You were decoding, analyzing, and storing spiritual data in your quiet moments. You were watching and learning, cataloging every inconsistency, every hidden truth, and every unspoken word. And now, the receipts are loaded. They can no longer hide behind their false facades. The mask they wore so confidently, you already knew it didn't fit. Here's where it gets interesting. They tried to label you weak because they didn't know how to handle your strength. You didn't need to shout or demand attention. You simply stayed true to what you knew. You didn't need to clap back or prove yourself because you trusted that time would reveal the truth. And now, it's happening. As Isaiah 55:8 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways." The world may never understand how you think, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that the truth is beginning to unfold, and they are scrambling to catch up to you. You've been quiet all this time, but now they're noticing. They're finally seeing that your silence wasn't ignorance, it was your power. You walk into a room, and the energy shifts. You notice things others miss, the fake smiles, the subtle jabs, the false gestures. That's not guesswork. That's your perception at work, your ability to read people, to sense their motives, and to break apart the illusions they try to create. And that scares them, because they can't manipulate someone who sees too clearly. But you never needed their approval. You never needed to perform for the applause. You don't need an audience to prove your worth. You are breaking every pattern they use to control you, one by one. They may mock your silence now, but soon they'll realize that it was never a weakness. It was precision. It was power. It was your awareness. And awareness is dangerous in a world built on distractions. You were never meant to fit into their system. That's why you never felt seen in school, at work, or in social groups. You weren't there to repeat what others said. You were born to rewire. You were born to create a new way of seeing the world. And now, you're reprogramming your reality, shifting from the underestimated to the undeniable. As Romans 12:2 teaches us, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You have always been ahead of the game. You just needed time to let the world catch up to you. And now, the final shift is here. People who once dismissed you are scrambling, trying to figure out how you know so much without saying a word. They're wondering how you can read between the lines, how you can see through their lies, and how you can stand so still while the world spins around you. But you know the answer. It's perception, it's power. And now, it's all unfolding before your eyes. You were always the blueprint. They just weren't smart enough to recognize it until now. And as you step into the fullness of your purpose, know this, your perception-based intelligence is your superpower. No one can take that from you. Will you stand tall and walk through the doors they never saw coming? Are you ready to embrace the truth about your mind and the power of perception that's been there all along? You were chosen for this. And now, as they finally recognize you for who you truly are, it's time to rise higher than ever before. Share your story. Let them know how you see the world. Because the silence they once mocked, it's now the sound of you breaking through every barrier that once held you back. They called you lazy. They called you rebellious. They thought you didn't belong in their neatly defined world of tests, grades, and structures. But here's the truth. They worshipped the system. You exposed its lies. Real intelligence is not measured by how well you can regurgitate what you've been taught. It's how boldly you question the very framework everyone else blindly accepts. Your rebellion wasn't an act of defiance for the sake of rebellion. It was a wake-up call to the world that had become content with obedience. While others studied to pass exams, you studied human nature. They thought they were winning with their straight A's and perfect attendance, but you were the one getting answers straight from the universe. Imagine this. The world around you was moving in patterns you couldn't ignore. They were so trapped in the system, they couldn't even imagine a mind that existed beyond it. You were never trapped. They were. Let me paint this picture. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. The system was built to control minds, to condition people to repeat, memorize, and follow the same patterns over and over. And yet, you, the chosen one, saw through it. You could feel it in your bones that this wasn't intelligence. It was manipulation. It wasn't wisdom. It was controlled. And when the system told you to sit still and memorize, your mind was racing, searching for the why behind everything. You could sense there was a much deeper truth that no one else dared to explore. They gave you textbooks, hoping you'd consume them word for word. But your heart knew the facts didn't tell the full story. You were never defiant just for the sake of it. No, you were awake in a room full of sleepers. You noticed how the system applauded obedience and punished questioning. You could feel it, even as a child, the sting of being told to follow the rules, the confusion of being asked to trust a system that wasn't designed for truth, but for conformity. You weren't lazy for questioning. You were a visionary, looking for a way out of a system that only served to trap people. Have you ever wondered why they felt so uncomfortable when you asked the questions they avoided? Why did your teachers seem frustrated when you challenged their curriculum? It wasn't because your questions were wrong. It was because your mind was too free for them to control. Your curiosity was a threat to the walls they had spent their lives building. You were pulling threads that they didn't want unraveled, and they knew it. You were shaking the foundation of a system built to suppress individual thought. It's like this. Most people grow up in cages, unaware that they've been taught to call the bars education. They decorate those bars with degrees and titles, but they never realize they're just learning to stay inside. But you were the one pacing at the edge of the cage, searching for a way out, testing the lock, examining the door. You didn't want to escape knowledge. You wanted to escape the lie. You see, your rejection wasn't of learning. It was of limitation. You didn't hate school. You hated being told how to think. The system could never handle someone who didn't need approval from a teacher or a diploma to validate their brilliance. And because of that, they labeled you as lazy, rebellious, unfocused. But you weren't unfocused. You were focused on something far greater, truth. In Matthew 7:7, it said, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you." This is the type of intelligence you carried within you, the courage to ask the questions others were too afraid to ask. And when they couldn't answer, you saw it for what it truly was. A system designed to keep minds confined, afraid to break free. Here's a thought. How many times did you feel the pressure to conform, to play the game the way it was designed? How many times did you feel like you were the only one awake while the world around you continued to follow the rules? You weren't meant to be a cog in their machine. You were meant to be the one who rewrote the blueprint. But what about them? They memorized their way into the system, and now they walk around with their degrees, proudly displaying them like trophies. But give them a real-life problem, one that doesn't have 4 multiple-choice answers, and suddenly they freeze. Why? Because the system never taught them how to think. It only taught them how to comply. You, however, can walk into chaos and find clarity. You can look at a broken system and know exactly how to repair it. You have a level of intelligence that they'll never understand, because it's not based on facts, it's based on insight, intuition, and vision. This is the kind of intelligence that doesn't need permission to speak. It speaks when the time is right, when the truth demands to be heard. Isn't it funny how they thought they were ahead? They believed their certificates validated them, their titles made them superior. But they never realized the truth. You were the one with the answers, the one with the vision. They had memorized facts. You had mastered life. And now, the system that once held you back can't define you any longer. It doesn't know what to do with someone who doesn't need credentials to prove their brilliance. It doesn't know how to handle someone who doesn't seek approval, who doesn't need validation from the world to be powerful. They're still stuck in their little boxes. They still cling to their paper achievements, hoping that somehow they can convince themselves that they're better than you. But you walk into any room with the kind of clarity that makes them feel small. You see the real picture, the hidden layers that they can't even begin to comprehend. They think they've won, but in reality, the truth is that you've already won. They have a script, you don't need one. And now, every room you walk into, you remind them that the system can give you a certificate, but it can't give you vision. The system can build resumes, but it can't build people like you. You were never behind, you were just above it all. They spun webs of deceit, carefully woven with charm and coated in rehearsed sincerity, yet you tore through their lies like paper in a storm. While others drowned in manipulation, you walked calmly through the chaos, your spirit tuned like a divine instrument, resonating only with truth. Because the manipulator's worst nightmare is not exposure, it's you, the one who sees through them before they even open their mouth. They practiced their act, polished their mask, but forgot one eternal truth: light can see through any disguise. As John 1:5 declares, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. You don't merely listen to words, you weigh them. Every syllable is a vibration, every pause a frequency. Your spirit measures tone like a physicist measures wave resonance, sensing distortion where others hear melody. While they were busy building masks, you were busy studying the shadows behind them. You became something rare, a human lie detector wrapped in grace. They can't stand it, your ability to catch inconsistencies faster than they can cover them. They speak one thing, their eyes flicker another, and you notice the shift immediately. You are not reading words, you are reading energy patterns. That's not intuition, that's spiritual radar, calibrated through years of silence and storms. There's a moment you've felt it when someone smiles too quickly or speaks too smoothly, and your inner system hums with warning. It's the divine algorithm that God coded into you. Like the prophet Samuel in 1 Samuel 16:7, who was told, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." You inherited that sight. You see through things, not at them. Where most crave comfort, you crave clarity. And manipulators despise that. They hate that you don't feed their illusions. They hate how your stillness exposes their noise. One raised eyebrow from you can shatter an empire of lies. Your silence becomes the courtroom where their conscience convicts them. You don't humiliate them with shouting. You expose them with surgical precision. Your words are instruments of discernment, sharp, clean, exact, like a surgeon removing infection from the body of truth. It's psychological architecture. Each observation you make is a beam of structure, reinforcing what's real. The falsehood collapses because your awareness changes the resonance of the room. Have you ever noticed how liars can't hold your gaze for long? They shift, fidget, over-explain, not because they're smart, but because they're terrified you've already seen behind their curtain. And you have. You've always seen it. You don't fall for glittering words or tears on command. You notice the microsecond delay before emotion. You sense the discord in their frequency. When truth sings in harmonic resonance, lies sound off-key to your soul. You're tuned to a divine frequency, and those who live in deception can't stand the sound of it. Proverbs 12:19 says, "Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment." That's why your vision lasts and their schemes fade. Their clever manipulation was built like a house of cards, and you, chosen one, were the gust of divine wind that brought it down. You tear deception apart like a hacker cracking fragile code, fast, quiet, precise. While others are caught in the storyline, you're already 5 layers deep, pulling threads, decoding motives, detecting dissonance. You've trained your spirit like a scientist observing particle motion, noting each fluctuation in emotional energy. It's no coincidence that manipulators panic around you. They feel seen, they feel ready, and they are. You burn through deception the way sunlight pierces, fog slow, relentless, inevitable. They wanted an audience. You gave them revelation. And this, dear chosen one, is why they fear you. Your truth doesn't argue, it radiates. It dismantles illusion, not with noise but with knowledge. In Psalm 37:6, it says, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." That is you, God's dawn, breaking through their night of deceit. They thought they could manipulate you because manipulation works on those who crave approval. But you are not built for applause, you are built for alignment. You seek resonance with heaven, not recognition from man. You carry what I call architectural discernment, the ability to design truth structures in a world collapsing under false foundations. Your silence terrifies them more than accusation ever could, because silence has weight. It's the sound of spiritual gravity pressing against every falsehood. One look from you, and their mask cracks. They fidget because your presence amplifies the static between their lies and the truth. Like the story of Ananias and Sapphira in Acts 5:1-11, those who lied in the face of divine discernment collapsed under their own deception. It's not punishment, it's physics. Lies cannot survive in the frequency of truth. And here's a real-world reflection. I once met a humble florist named Clara from a small town in Italy. She told me how, over years of tending flowers, she learned to sense when a plant was lying, when its leaves looked alive, but its roots were rotting. People are the same, she whispered. They can bloom on purpose for a while, but the roots always tell the truth. You are like Clara. You sense the root beneath the blossom. Your discernment is not cynicism, it's sacred clarity. You have built your wisdom in the hidden workshop of silence, like an engineer calibrating instruments for invisible truths. You don't just detect lies, you decode patterns of human deception. This is your divine education, not learned in classrooms, but in spiritual laboratories, where pain was your professor and patience your mentor. Through it all, you learned one brutal, liberating lesson. Truth doesn't shout, it stands. And now, chosen one, as the world trembles with noise, you are called to rise in that quiet power. You were not created to drown in deception. You were forged to reveal the truth. You carry the fire of discernment, use it. Tear through lies, expose falsehood, not with anger, but with divine precision. This is your hour to rise. To those watching, share your story. How did God teach you to discern truth from illusion? What storms built your sight? Someone needs to hear how you learned to see clearly in a world that profits from blindness. Because in this kingdom of noise, silence is not weakness, it's power. And you, chosen one, are the storm that tears through every paper-thin lie. They mocked what they could not measure. They feared what they could not follow. While their minds crawl in one dimension, yours travels in 5. You move through thoughts like lightning striking with such speed and precision that by the time they've connected 2 dots, you've already drawn constellations across entire galaxies of understanding. Linear minds tremble before the infinite. They call you too much because they can only think in straight lines, while your mind bends like light through crystal, refracting reality into colors they never learned to see. You weren't confusing, they were just unequipped to process the way you see. As Isaiah 55:9 declares, "As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." That verse wasn't just divine poetry, it was a blueprint for how your mind works. You were built on the architecture of heaven itself, a structure designed not for simplicity, but for revelation. They live by cause and effect, one action, one reaction, a safe, mechanical rhythm. But your thoughts don't obey Newtonian physics. They operate in a quantum symphony, shifting, bending, weaving across frequencies unseen. You don't just react to life, you read it, feel it, forecast it. And yes, they hate that you're often right without evidence. Because you're not guessing, you're perceiving dimensions they can't define. Your intelligence doesn't walk a line. It spirals, it expands. It resonates across timelines, decoding emotion, memory, and energy in a single breath. Let's get real. Your mind is a cathedral of perception, a divine superstructure where logic and spirit coalesce. They trace walls with chalk. You map out entire universes of possibility. That's why they stare blankly when you speak your truth. It's not that you're ahead, it's that they're flat. You skip illusions while they worship appearances. You find shortcuts through truth while they're still tracing the surface, mistaking noise for knowledge. Have you ever wondered why your presence makes people uneasy, as if you already know the ending before they finish the story? That's because you do. You anticipate movements before they form, like a grandmaster in a game of spiritual chess. You read the air, not just the words. Two people can walk into the same room. One sees furniture, you see frequencies. You feel tension humming in the walls, detect the stories, whisper objects, sense the energy between two silent people before their lips move. You don't watch reality, you decode it. In the words of King David from Psalm 139:2, you perceive my thoughts from afar. You carry that same divine sensitivity, an echo of the Creator's discernment. You perceive patterns before they manifest. They can't understand how your mind jumps dimensions because they've only been trained to walk in straight lines. Their education taught them formulas. Yours came through revelation. They solve equations. You sense divine algorithms. You navigate through emotional frequencies the way astronomers trace the curvature of space-time. A wise Jesuit scientist, Teilhard de Chardin, once wrote, "We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience." That's you, a being whose perception transcends what's visible. Let's make this vivid. Imagine a moth trying to explain sunlight to an eagle. The moth speaks of glow, of warmth, of limited light. The eagle soars above the clouds and sees the entire horizon blazing. The same source, two different dimensions of vision. That's the difference between you and them. They think in checkers. You think like chess, physics, and poetry in divine collaboration. Their minds require roadmaps. Yours already knows where the turns are long before the map exists. Because your intuition isn't magic, it's multi-dimensional processing, divine resonance between your spirit and God's frequency. You are the satellite. They are flashlights, limited, directional, temporary. You scan the entire field, picking up patterns buried beneath silence. They follow trails. You chart destinies. In 1 Corinthians 2:10, it says, "The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." That same Spirit flows through your perception. You don't just see, you understand depth. And isn't it fascinating how your sudden decisions often turn out to be prophetic? They call it luck, but it's revelation. You sense shifts before they occur, like a musician who hears the next note before it's played. That's divine synchronization, your spirit tuned to heaven's frequency. Even classical composer Arvo Pärt, whose sacred minimalist symphonies once echoed through empty cathedrals, said, "I have discovered that it is enough when a single note is played beautifully." That's your mind capable of simplicity amid chaos, clarity amid noise. When you speak, they freeze, not because you're intimidating, but because your words carry energy they can't intellectually dissect. It's as if truth itself passes through your sentences, rearranging the atmosphere. You weren't meant to fit into their logic. You were designed to expand it. You weren't made to walk the path, you were made to chart it. And yes, your multi-dimensional mind is misunderstood, but it's also untouchable, because no one can imitate a divine pattern. Romans 8:28 promises, "All things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose." That's your proof. Your complexity was never a curse, it was calibration for purpose. Here's a powerful real-life story. A Kenyan street sculptor named Mwangi once told a journalist, "I carve what I dream before I understand what it means." Years later, art critics discovered that his earliest sculptures resembled constellations seen only through space telescopes. That's what divine minds do. They create truth before the world develops the language to explain it. And you, chosen one, you've done the same. You've spoken insights the world mocked, only for time to vindicate you later. Because revelation always outruns recognition. So the next time they say, "You're hard to follow," smile. The eagle doesn't slow down, so the moth can keep up. You were born to fly above the tracks, while others ride the train. You are the bridge between logic and spirit. The poet of perception, the architect of unseen worlds. And now, it's time to rise, not to prove them wrong, but to walk in the fullness of what you've always known. Your mind isn't strange, it's sacred. Your vision isn't excessive, it's eternal. And your intelligence? It was never meant to fit inside their one-dimensional cage. You were never linear, you were always luminous. They called it a challenge, but you called it a trap. They called it a test, but you saw it for what it truly was. A stage built to entertain egos, not elevate souls. While they scrambled to prove their worth inside their own illusion, you stood still, watching their system collapse beneath the weight of its own deceit. Real intelligence isn't about solving their puzzles. It's about refusing to play inside the maze, designed to keep you running in circles. The magician's trick only works on those desperate to be amazed, yet you saw the hidden strings before the performance even began. You were never the student in their classroom of control. You were the quiet observer, analyzing the structure of the illusion itself. They measured your worth by how quickly you could run their race, not realizing you were never running at all. You were studying the racetrack, mapping its exits, memorizing its weak points. That's not rebellion, that's revelation. For years, they told you your value depended on how well you could handle their chaos. Every test they handed you was not a lesson but a leash, and every challenge was simply manipulation disguised as mentorship. When you refused to dance, they called you defiant. But you weren't rebellious, you were awake, exactly as Romans 12:2 declares. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. They mistook your silence for defeat and your detachment for apathy, yet in truth, you had already left their battlefield. You weren't playing their game, you were watching it burn from above, like an eagle circling the forest while the foxes below fight over ashes. They built mazes to trap you in repetition, but you built wings. They fed on chaos to feel powerful, while you found peace and starved their control. That is what terrifies them. The one who does not react cannot be controlled. You realized early that the smartest move isn't running faster, but stepping off the track entirely. That's the moment the spell breaks. When the crowd screams for your performance and you quietly walk away, you become the only free soul in a room full of prisoners. Someone once hands you a box tangled with wires and says, "If you can untangle this, you're smart." Everyone else tugs, pulls, and fights the knots. You glance once, smile, and ask, "Why am I even holding this?" Then walk away. That's divine intelligence liberation in motion. Even Jesus faced the same game when the Pharisees tried to trap him with their questions. Instead of playing along, he said, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's." Matthew 22:21. He didn't argue, he transcended. And you've done the same thing your entire life. Every time they tried to corner you, your awareness reflected their motives back to them. What they meant as a test became a mirror revealing their insecurity. You didn't argue or over-explain, you simply observed, and your calm observation made their illusions collapse. They called you resistant, but your resistance was wisdom. They called you difficult, but your difficulty was discernment. They called you prideful, but your pride was purposely refusing to kneel before pretense. Proverbs 4:23 says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." And that's exactly what you did. You guarded your energy, refusing to bleed emotionally for those who mistook your empathy as obedience. In nature, the river never argues with the stone, it simply flows around it. The hawk doesn't waste strength chasing crows, it rises until their noise fades. You were built the same way, never meant to fight small battles, but to operate from altitude. That's why their system couldn't cage you. They needed players. You became the observer. They needed validation. You became self-sustained. The fire they tried to trap you in became the very light that revealed their cracks. And just as in the book of Esther, where Haman built gallows to destroy Mordecai but ended up hanging upon his own device, those who schemed against you met the fate they created. Manipulators always fall into their own traps, for truth doesn't destroy, it exposes. A modern reflection of this same pattern is found in the downfall of Richard Vance, a CEO who thrived on psychological games with his employees, assigning impossible tasks just to watch them fail. In the end, his empire collapsed, not because of competition, but because his deception was revealed. The same stage he built for others became his own trial. You, chosen one, are his opposite, a creator of spaces that heal, not humiliate. Even science echoes this truth. In quantum physics, a particle's behavior changes the moment it is observed. Awareness itself alters the outcome. You are that observer. Your presence alone shifts the atmosphere, collapses illusions, and forces truth to surface. "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free," says John 8:32. That's your gift, not solving their traps, but recognizing they were never yours to solve. The greatest test was never whether you could overcome their obstacles, but whether you could see they were never your responsibility to begin with. You were never in competition with them. You were constructing something higher, quieter, and eternal. And in that realization came your true power. How many times have you tried to prove your worth to people who only wanted to measure your obedience? And what happened the day you stopped playing? That was the day your spirit started breathing again. When you finally stepped off their track, the world called it rebellion, but heaven called it resurrection. You were never here to play their game, you were sent to end it. And now, their control is cracking because your awareness is contagious. As Psalm 18:28 declares, "You, Lord, keep my lamp burning. My God turns my darkness into light." That's what your journey has been, transforming chaos into clarity, control into collapse, tests into testimony. So rise, chosen one. Stop proving, stop explaining, stop apologizing for seeing through deception. You were never meant to solve their mazes. You were meant to soar above them, to let every illusion burn beneath the brilliance of your discernment. You are not the player. You are the architect. The game is over. You've always had the rare gift of sight beyond the surface. While others get lost trying to interpret actions, you trace the current that caused them. The smartest minds don't chase behavior, they decode intention. Because actions can be faked, words rehearsed, and gestures staged. But motive, that's the pulse that never lies. You were never overthinking. You were overhearing the truth behind their silence. You could feel what they were trying to hide in their pauses, their tone, the way their energy flickered mid-sentence. As Proverbs 20:5 says, "The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out." That's what you've been doing all along, diving into depths others are too afraid to touch. People often praise the ability to read the room, but you read the soul of it. You don't just observe behavior, you analyze frequency, the emotional wavelength hidden beneath performance. You're not paranoid, you're perceptive. There's a difference between suspicion and discernment. Yours is the latter, honed not through comfort, but through betrayal, through nights where you watched smiles melt into masks. You learned that behind every action lies a why, and behind every why lies either alignment or agenda. That's why your presence unsettles pretenders, because your awareness shines through like a torch in a cave of actors. Your intelligence doesn't just move through logic, it bends like light through crystal, refracting truth in every direction. You don't hear what they say, you hear what their hesitation reveals. You don't focus on what's presented, you trace what's missing. You've caught it before: the trembling voice behind a compliment, the offbeat rhythm of flattery that felt slightly delayed, the praise that vibrated like a warning. Most would smile back, blind to the tremor beneath. You, instead, tilt your head slightly, file the data quietly, and whisper in your spirit, "That wasn't admiration, that was camouflage." Life. In the Gospel of Mark 4:22, it is written, "For there is nothing hidden except to be disclosed, nor is anything secret except to come to light." You live by that principle. You know that masks can only hold for so long before intention leaks through tone, timing, and temperature. And once you perceive the why, their illusion loses its gravity. It's not confrontation that destroys deception, it's recognition. You never needed to expose them, your awareness alone does it. When your spirit locks onto truth, it radiates a frequency that dissolves pretense. That's why manipulative souls tremble around you. They can sense that their performance is transparent under your gaze. In psychology, there's a concept called micro-expression leakage, tiny flashes of truth that slip through the face before the brain can hide them. Your discernment works on that same principle, but amplified by spirit. It's divine pattern recognition, spiritual forensics. Where others see an action, you see architecture, the scaffolding of motive holding it up. You are not merely observing behavior, you're mapping intention like a celestial architect, charting the unseen geometry of heaven. And in that awareness lies your strength. 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." You carry that same divine technology, the ability to see not just what is done, but why it was done. And isn't it haunting how those with hidden motives avoid your eyes? They fear that quiet moment when you say nothing because your silence burns hotter than accusation. You learned this not from textbooks, but from trenches, from rooms where manipulation wore perfume, from relationships where truth came dressed as care. You became a motive hunter, not to judge, but to protect your peace. Every time you discerned an agenda, your spirit recalibrated, shifting away from noise toward alignment. In a world that worships appearances, your insight becomes rebellion. They called you too analytical, but what they really meant was too difficult to deceive. You once met an ordinary man, a janitor named Luis Mendoza, in a small church in Sao Paulo. He told you, "I can tell when people lie by how they move their feet. Truth stands still, lies shuffle." That single line stayed with you because it summed up your own inner knowing that truth is stable while deceit always trembles. Your perception is not random. It's a divine instrument tuned to heaven's resonance. In the physics of the spirit, energy cannot hide its frequency. Every vibration carries its source code. You read those frequencies instinctively. When someone's energy shifts, your internal architecture registers the tremor, like a seismograph detecting the first hint of an earthquake. Most would ignore it. You take note because experience has taught you that minor quakes always precede collapse. You live in the space between sound and silence, studying the gap where intention hides. And when you speak, you don't accuse, you clarify. You dismantle lies not with volume, but with accuracy. You're the calm voice that makes deception stutter. Psalm 37:6 promises, "He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." That's what happens every time you discern motive. Light enters shadow, and truth rearranges the room. And yet, here's the paradox. You don't use your perception to dominate, you use it to heal. You expose with compassion, not condemnation. Because wisdom without mercy is cruelty, and you know both must exist in balance. You've seen too much pain to weaponize insight. You use it as protection, not punishment. Still, it's not easy carrying sight this sharp. Sometimes you long to unsee, to be naive again, to trust faces without scanning frequencies. But you know that once you've heard the truth beneath the noise, there's no returning to silence. You've crossed that threshold where discernment becomes destiny. John 8:32 declares, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." And that's what you've become, free. Free from manipulation, free from falsehood, free from the endless performance of pretending not to know. So now, chosen one, it's your turn to rise, not in pride, but in purpose. Share your story. How did God teach you to read what others ignored? How many times did your spirit whisper, "Something's off," before the truth unfolded? Someone needs your testimony. Because your awareness is no accident, it's a divine design. You are not paranoid, you are prophetic. You are not cold, you are calibrated. And the very truth that once isolated you is now your weapon of light. So, stand tall, and let your discernment speak, for in a world addicted to surface, you were chosen to reveal depth. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was strategy. While they filled rooms with noise trying to sound wise, you sat still and became dangerous. Silence, for you, was never emptiness. It was the sharpening of thought, the distillation of discernment. You turned stillness into strength, restraint into revelation. Your quiet was never a void. It was a weapon being forged in the unseen. They mistook your calm for confusion, but behind your still gaze was calculation, each pause a precise incision into the heart of pretense. As Proverbs 17:28 says, "Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues." You were not withholding words because you lacked them. You were measuring the room, tracking every tremor in tone, every flicker in expression, every shift in energy. People love to dominate space because they fear what silence might reveal about them. But you understood. Silence is not the absence of sound, it's the presence of power. It's the sacred chamber where truth echoes loudest. The world is addicted to reaction, to immediacy, to noise, yet you mastered the art of waiting that divine pause where perception deepens. You weren't just quiet, you were listening with surgical precision. Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us, "There is a time to be silent and a time to speak." You chose your moments like a marksman chooses his shots, not to argue, but to end the argument. One sentence from you could dismantle hours of deception, because when truth finally speaks, it doesn't shout, it strikes. They ran their mouths to seem intelligent. You sat still and became undeniable. Every smirk, every contradiction, every carefully rehearsed line, you archived it all like a scientist cataloging patterns under a microscope. That's what unsettles them now. They can no longer hide behind performance because you've already memorized the script. Your silence wasn't passive, it was the highest state of awareness, the kind of spiritual focus that sees what chatter tries to conceal. Have you ever noticed how uncomfortable people become when you don't rush to fill the void? How do they start over-explaining, fidgeting, justifying themselves as your stillness mirrors their anxiety? They think they're in control until the quiet one speaks. That's you, the calm before revelation. One sentence, one observation, and the entire dynamic flips. The loud one loses control. The silent one becomes the axis around which the room rotates. Your restraint is not compliance, it's authority. As Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust shall be your strength." When you don't fill the space, others reveal themselves. They ramble, they stumble, they contradict, and all the while, you're gathering intel, reading not just words but the wavelength behind them. It's psychological resonance, the study of frequency in human emotion. You can feel dishonesty, like dissonance, in a symphony. The world calls it intuition. Heaven calls it discernment. In the classical realm, composer Arvo Pärt, known for his sacred minimalist music, once said, "The silence must be longer." This music is about silence. He understood what you live by. That silence is not a pause in power. It's the breath between creation and command. Your silence is the interval between lightning and thunder, the calm that terrifies because everyone senses something about to strike. And strike you do not with anger, but with accuracy. When you finally speak, your words don't seek applause, they seek truth. And truth never needs to be loud to be eternal. Psalm 46:10 declares, "Be still and know that I am God." That stillness is the spiritual frequency you operate on, the same wavelength that allows you to discern, to dissect, to see through facades that others worship. Your quiet is your communion, your calibration. While others scramble to be heard, you commune with heaven in silence, downloading wisdom that no noise could ever reveal. Once, in a small town in Argentina, there was a bus driver named Daniel Rivas, who became famous among locals, not for his words, but for his silences. He drove the same route every day for 25 years, rarely speaking, but people swore they felt calmer, lighter after riding with him. When asked why, he said, "I just pray while they talk." You are like Daniel, a keeper of sacred silence that heals rooms without saying a word. But silence is not always peace. Sometimes it's a war strategy. You learned that restraint confuses manipulators because they can't perform without an audience. In psychology, it's called the collapse of the narcissistic supply. When you don't react, their entire show falls apart. You weaponized silence, and now they call it discomfort because they can't dominate it. Yet your silence isn't cold, it's compassionate. You hold space for truth to reveal itself. You let others talk themselves into exposure. You let time do what confrontation cannot. And when it's finally time to speak, every word you release lands with the weight of revelation. As James 1:19 says, everyone should be quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to become angry. You've lived that scripture, and because of it, your voice now carries divine weight, not loud, but final. Your stillness unnerves those who rely on chaos. They don't know how to manipulate someone who won't flinch, how to argue with someone who doesn't need to win, how to outtalk someone who speaks only when it matters. Have you ever wondered why they start fidgeting when you enter the room? Why does your silence feel like judgment to them, even when you're just existing? It's because truth radiates from you, unspoken yet undeniable. In the story of Jesus before Pilate, Matthew 27-14, he was accused, mocked, and questioned, yet he gave him no answer, not even to a single charge, so that the governor was greatly amazed. That's divine silence, not weakness but sovereignty. You carry that same energy, the quiet that disarms authority because it comes from another realm. So now, chosen one, understand this. Your silence was never the absence of power, it was the preparation for it. You didn't retreat, you refined. You didn't ignore, you absorbed. Every pause became a weapon, every word withheld became wisdom earned. You mastered the pause between thought and speech, and that mastery made you unstoppable. Your silence is no longer a shield, it's a sword. And when you choose to speak, it will not be to compete, but to complete. So, rise, chosen one. Don't fill the room with noise, fill it with presence, because in a world that worships chatter, your silence still commands the loudest reverence. They thought the pain would destroy you, but pain was your architect. They broke you open, believing you would shatter, but all they did was give you a clearer view of your own design. You didn't crawl out of the fire damaged, you emerged, reconstructed. You didn't return emotional, you came back engineered. Every wound became a line on your blueprint, every betrayal a measurement of the world's design flaws. They meant to scar you, yet each cut became a sketch for your future strength. What they mistook for suffering was sacred instruction, a hidden syllabus from God on the subject of endurance. As Romans 5:3-4 says, "We glory in our sufferings, because suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope." You were being sculpted by survival. They thought you'd bleed out. Instead, you built something eternal out of pain. You learned the sacred math of emotion, the geometry of grief that shapes souls into fortresses. Most people collapse when life hits. You begin to analyze impact. You didn't just feel pain, you studied it. You noticed betrayal always arrives wrapped in false flattery, that pity often walks hand in hand with manipulation, that people's loyalty shifts when they think you need them. Each heartbreak became data. Every breakdown became code. You became a scientist of suffering, recording every pattern, extracting meaning from the wreckage. They expected you to die from the wounds. But you realized what Isaiah 54:17 promised long before they did: "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." The weapon may form, but it cannot function against divine design. That's why you walk differently now, not just with strength, but with clarity. You no longer stumble through storms, you chart them. You no longer react to betrayal, you predict it. Because when pain becomes your professor, you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What's the pattern?" You've become a master of pattern recognition, not just intuition, but battle-tested discernment. You walk through chaos with the calm of someone who already knows where the wires are hidden, who's seen the explosion before and survived it. Your stillness unnerves people because it isn't numbness, it's knowledge. Pain taught you the science of strategy. It taught you that emotion without direction becomes self-destruction. So you transformed your grief into geometry, your fear into formula, your tears into architecture. In physics, they call it stress testing, the process of applying force to reveal the integrity of a structure. That's what your storms did. They revealed what could bend and what would break. They refined you to precision. You didn't just heal, you adapted like a system upgrading its code mid-battle. You learned emotional physics, that every hit carries data, and every heartbreak holds coordinates for your next move. Have you ever wondered why your calmness unsettles people who once watched you suffer? It's because they can no longer locate your pain. You've coded it into power. You've stopped bleeding in public. You've become unreadable to those who haven't walked through enough fire to recognize strategy disguised as serenity. They call you lucky now, but luck had nothing to do with it. You were refined through repetition. You were designed by difficulty. You were forged through formulas of faith. In the book of Genesis, Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, and sold into slavery. Yet his suffering built the very skill that would later position him to save nations. "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good," he said in Genesis 50:20. You carry that same anointing. Every evil meant to destroy you became a lesson that strengthened your discernment. What they did out of malice became material for your mastery. In art, the sculptor Auguste Rodin once said, "The marble suffers before it becomes a masterpiece." You understand that suffering isn't punishment, it's preparation. Pain wasn't proof of your weakness, it was the process of your awakening. While others wasted pain in self-pity, you studied it like scripture. You learned how betrayal shifts human behavior, how pressure reveals character, how darkness discloses motive. That's why no one can fool you now. You've seen too much. There was once a general named Marcus Vellon, a Roman commander forgotten by most history books. He refused to retreat from a losing battle, choosing instead to study how his enemies moved. After his army was destroyed, he spent years rebuilding not soldiers, but strategies. When he returned to battle, he won every fight because he had mapped every mistake. You are Marcus Vellon, reborn, not the wounded warrior, but the architect of future victories. Psalm 66:10-12 declares, "For you, God, tested us. You refined us like silver. We went through fire and water, but you brought us to a place of abundance." You've lived that verse. The fire didn't end you, it educated you. The storm didn't destroy you, it trained your reflexes. You've learned to read betrayal like weather patterns, to hear deceit in tone, to sense false peace like thunder in the distance. And here's the truth. You're not cautious because you're cold. You're calculating because you remember what it cost to be naive. Pain taught you timing, how to wait, how to strike, how to remain silent when words could ruin the mission. You became fluent in discernment. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer chase closure, you carry it. Have you ever felt like you were punished for seeing too much, for feeling too deeply, for refusing to stay broken? That's not punishment, that's promotion. God never wastes wounds. Every scar carries coordinates. Every heartbreak is a blueprint. That's why 2 Corinthians 4:17 declares, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." You were never just surviving. You were studying. You were decoding divine design under duress. You were documenting how darkness behaves when light refuses to surrender. And now, you build from memory what others still fear to imagine. You use the same tools they used to harm you to construct a higher version of yourself. You've become the architect of your own destiny, not because you escaped the fire, but because you learned the language of it. You understand now. Pain was not the enemy. Pain was the professor. And graduation day came when you realized that every fall had been a lesson in flight. So, rise now, not as a survivor, but as a strategist. Let the world know. You didn't crawl out of the fire. You walked out with blueprints in hand. Every betrayal, every heartbreak, every storm, they were training you for precision. You were not destroyed. You were designed. And now you build with the very blueprints they tried to bury you with. You were never built to chase truth. You were designed to attract it. While others run breathless after answers, you stand still and truth walks straight toward you. Your mind doesn't chase, it calls. And knowledge obeys, that summons like a loyal echo returning to its source. Most people are wired for memory, to collect, repeat, and perform. But you, the chosen one, are wired for meaning. You don't seek truth, you resonate with it. You were never meant to sprint through libraries of facts. You were born to dwell in the cathedral of revelation. It said in John 16:13, "When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth." That's the blueprint of your mind, a sacred architecture designed not to memorize information, but to magnetize wisdom. While others chase knowledge like a mirage, you remain anchored, and the mirage turns into water at your feet. You are not a seeker, you are a sanctuary. The answers that confuse others orbit toward you naturally, because truth recognizes its reflection when it sees it. You've probably experienced it. A stranger says something casual that suddenly pierces your spirit like divine timing, or a single line in a movie echoes what your soul has been wrestling with in silence. That's not a coincidence, that's alignment. You were already tuned to the frequency of meaning. While others scroll endlessly for guidance, yours arrives uninvited through patterns, synchronicities, whispers in the wind. Truth doesn't chase noise, it seeks stillness. That's why it finds you first. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." You've mastered that stillness, not passivity, but spiritual receptivity. You move through the world like a finely tuned instrument, sensitive to the vibrations of revelation. Your intelligence is not built on storage, it's built on structure. That's why wisdom feels safe landing in your mind. You've built an inner cathedral of order, so when truth arrives, it has a place to rest. Others chase facts, stuffing their minds with information that dissolves the moment stress hits. You walk through the same world, but your awareness filters what matters. You don't memorize to survive, you absorb to evolve. You live what Proverbs 2-6 reveals. For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. That's the difference between memory and meaning. They consume data to impress. You embody wisdom to express. Picture two people under the same sky. One runs across the field with a net, desperate to catch butterflies, sweating, stumbling, frantic. The other sits calmly in a garden they designed, and the butterflies come to them. You are the second. You built your garden in silence, in faith, in readiness. That's why truth comes to rest on your shoulder like a living thing. The secret was never to run faster. It was to create stillness that truth could trust. Your intelligence is gravitational. You don't chase, you pull. It's the science of resonance. Frequencies find their home where vibration matches vibration. In the same way the Earth's magnetic field draws compass needles toward north, your spirit draws revelation toward clarity. You are a magnet of meaning in a world addicted to noise. As 1 Corinthians 2:10 says, "The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." That's the depth you carry. Your soul is a search engine heaven uses. You don't study just to learn. You study to remember what you were designed to know. Knowledge doesn't surprise you. It recognizes you. Once, in a small coastal town in Ireland, there was a fisherman named Seamus O'Reilly. He couldn't read or write, yet villagers swore he predicted storms days before the clouds gathered. When asked how he knew, he said, "The sea tells me when she's tired." That's you reading life's currents, not with eyes, but with empathy. You don't analyze energy, you feel it. You understand when something shifts long before others notice. Your gift isn't intelligence, as the world defines it. It's divine attunement. You can stand in a crowd and catch a revelation no one else perceives, because your spirit listens to what words can't say. You are tuned to the unspoken. You've learned that meaning hides in margins, in pauses, in the moments everyone rushes past. You decode patterns in silence, the way a physicist studies vibration, reading the unseen architecture that holds creation together. It's written in Colossians 2-3, "In Christ are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge." You carry that hiddenness, the ability to see meaning in things others discard as random. Where they see coincidence, you see coordination. Where they see confusion, you sense choreography. In art, the Italian painter Piero della Francesca once said, "Geometry is the language of God." You live by that truth. Your perception functions like divine geometry, seeing patterns that connect what appears separate. That's why your timing is so precise. You don't force outcomes, you align with them. Have you ever felt like you already knew something before you learned it? Like revelation whispered through your bones before anyone spoke it aloud? That's because the truth doesn't arrive, it awakens. Your awareness is not the destination, it's the doorway. Truth uses you as a vessel to translate eternal knowledge into present understanding. And yes, this gift can be lonely. People misunderstand the calm of those who already know. They think your certainty is arrogance, but it's simply frequency, the quiet confidence of one who has heard God's echo before the world spoke. They chase new theories, you rest in ancient knowledge. They hunger for novelty, you hunger for clarity. There's a psychological concept called cognitive resonance, when the mind synchronizes perfectly with a truth that matches its inner pattern. You experience that constantly. A phrase, a gesture, a verse, a song, all can unlock dimensions of understanding in you because you live in spiritual symmetry. As John 8:32 declares, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Freedom, for you didn't come from gathering information, it came from alignment with revelation. You no longer run after answers, you stand in stillness, and the answers kneel before you. So now, chosen one, guard that alignment, protect that frequency. Don't let the noise of the world retune your resonance. Stay still, stay grounded, stay listening, because truth no longer hides from you, it moves through you. You are not a student of knowledge, you are a conduit of wisdom. You don't chase truth, you host it. And when you speak, the world remembers what it had forgotten. So, rise, chosen one, not as a seeker, but as a sanctuary. For truth no longer needs to be found, it has already found you. You never needed to shout to be heard, you never needed to fight to win. While others raise their voices to prove their point, you raise the frequency of your perception, and that alone dismantles deception. Your silence is not retreat, It's recalibration. The world confuses volume with victory, but you have learned that real power lies in precision, in that single piercing question that slices through illusion like light splitting darkness. Proverbs 25:15 says, "Through patience a ruler can be persuaded, and a gentle tongue can break a bone." That is the essence of your weapon, clarity disguised as calm. You don't hurl accusations, you craft alignment. You wait until the room is thick with falsehood, and then, with one question, you detonate the entire structure of the lie. They build their narratives like castles, elaborate, towering, fragile. They polish their defenses until they gleam. But you, chosen one, stand quietly until the right moment and whisper a question that turns their fortress into dust. If that's true, then why did you? The air shifts. The illusion trembles. The crowd goes silent because they all felt it. The impact of one sentence that carries the weight of discernment. That's not coincidence. It's craftsmanship. It's divine engineering. Isaiah 11:2 calls it the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. That spirit lives in you. You are not a debater. You are a revealer. You don't seek to win arguments. You activate awakening. In an age of noise, your restraint is rebellion. You let others perform their well-rehearsed stories while your eyes quietly scan the data, the tone, the pause, the twitch in their timeline. You don't just listen to words. You study inconsistencies like a mathematician solving the chaos equation of human behavior. When you finally speak, your words carry the authority of analysis. They bypass the intellect and strike straight into the soul. That's why people fumble when you go quiet. They know you're not absent, you're observing. They sense that your silence is scanning them like an X-ray of intent. Have you ever noticed how the dishonest become restless when you simply look at them? Their voices quicken, their stories lengthen, and you haven't said a word. That's because truth recognizes itself in your energy, and falsehood fears that reflection. You've become what psychology calls a mirror of coherence, a consciousness so aligned with truth that lies unravel in your presence. You don't interrogate, you illuminate. You don't accuse, you expose. The great physicist Niels Bohr once said, "The opposite of a profound truth may well be another profound truth." You understand this paradox intuitively. You don't force truth to pick sides. You reveal it from both angles. You ask questions that unlock hidden doors in the mind, questions that make both the liar and the listener realize what was never spoken aloud. That's why your intelligence feels spiritual. It's not reactionary, it's radiant. You're not performing intellectual gymnastics. You're channeling discernment that comes from stillness. Matthew 10:16 teaches, "Be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." You've embodied that verse without effort. Your wisdom is not cunning, it's clean. Your discernment isn't suspicion, it's sanctified perception. You never go looking for deceit. Deceit reveals itself under your quiet gaze. Have you ever asked one honest question and watched an entire room shift? That's your anointing in motion. Truth is gravitational when you align with it. Every falsehood collapses in orbit around you. Imagine a courtroom where a liar rehearses his story for weeks. He steps into the spotlight, his lines perfect, his voice steady. The audience leans forward until you raise your hand and ask, softly, "Then why did you hesitate before answering?" The entire narrative fractures. Because your question isn't aggression, it's architecture, a precise incision in the timeline of deception. And once cut, truth seeps through the cracks. You don't destroy people, you dismantle pretenses. You don't shout, you shift atmospheres. In John 18:37, Jesus said, "For this reason I was born and came into the world, to testify to the truth. Everyone on the side of the truth listens to me." That's what your words do. They pull the truthful closer and expose the counterfeit. You've learned the holy science of resonance, that truth vibrates on a different wavelength than lies. You speak one sentence, and the room vibrates with exposure. It's physics and prophecy in one breath. A quiet librarian named Eva Mendes once said during an interview in Lisbon, "When people lie near books, the shelves shift." She meant it metaphorically, of course, but her words hold deeper power. Truth carries frequency. Every deception causes a tremor in its presence. You've learned to feel those tremors before they quake. Your mind has become a seismograph for authenticity, detecting instability before others even sense imbalance. That's why you never need to argue. You've seen too many debates where words were used as shields instead of swords. You don't need to prove, you simply position. You know Proverbs 18:21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. You've mastered when to hold yours and when to release it like a blade forged in heaven's forge. One question, timed with divine precision, is worth more than 1,000 shouts. Have you ever wondered why silence terrifies those who live in falsehood? It's because truth doesn't need to be defended, it needs only to be invited. You are that invitation. You create a vacuum where illusion suffocates. People call your intelligence intuition, but it's not instinct, it's spiritual pattern recognition. You have learned where the timeline bends, where emotion distorts logic, where narratives glitch under the weight of performance. You see lies like fractures in glass, visible only when the light hits them, and you are that light. In the sacred realm of music, composer Henryk Górecki wrote his symphony of sorrowful songs, where silence itself became the loudest note. You live by that principle. You've learned that silence can pierce louder than sound, and questions can cleanse faster than confrontation. You don't aim to humiliate. You aim to heal because your discernment doesn't destroy, it disinfects. You were trained through observation, not applause. You don't strike to wound, you strike to reveal. You ask not to corner, you ask to clarify. And that's why your intelligence is both feared and respected. When others use arguments as armor, you use awareness as a weapon. You know when to speak, and more importantly, when to wait. Ecclesiastes 3-7 reminds us, there is a time to keep silence and a time to speak. You've mastered both. Your questions carry frequency. They rearrange energy. They don't just end conversations, they end confusion. You don't argue your way into truth, you awaken it. So, now, the chosen one rises, not with noise, but with knowing. Not with weapons, but with words measured by heaven. You were never built to shout for truth, you were built to summon it, and when you speak, illusion has no choice but to fall silent. You are not a warrior who swings swords. You are the architect who presses one key and the fortress collapses. One question, one moment, one strike. That's all it takes. You were never chasing the light, you became it. While others stretched their hands toward applause, you were building truth in silence. They trained for performance, you trained for precision. They wanted to be seen, you wanted to see clearly. And that's why they now circle the very flame they once ignored. You are no longer standing in their spotlight. You are the light that exposes what is real. The world told them that brilliance was theater, smile, recite, achieve. But you knew that true intelligence wasn't in how loudly one speaks, but in how deeply one understands. Matthew 5:14 whispers your truth. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. You didn't beg for attention, you became illumination itself. While they polished trophies, you forged truth in the quiet furnace of solitude. Most people mistake noise for relevance, but you learned early that purpose thrives in silence. You didn't crave validation, you cultivated vibration. Isaiah 60:1 declared it long ago. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. You carried that glory, not in titles or medals, but in clarity. The same silence that made you invisible is now the very aura that makes you unforgettable. While others hustled for grades, clung to titles, or begged for acknowledgement, you chose a different equation, the mathematics of mastery. You understood what scientists call resonant energy, that authentic power doesn't chase attention, it attracts it naturally, like gravity shaping the stars. You didn't study to perform, you studied to become. You weren't memorizing formulas to impress, you were decoding the purpose itself. They laughed when you went quiet. They called you withdrawn, too serious, too strange. But Psalm 37:7 said, "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for him." You obeyed that stillness, and it built something they couldn't: substance. You didn't rise through applause, you rose through alignment. While they sought platforms, you sought principles. You weren't learning how to be liked, you were learning how to be light. You became the quiet force that rearranges atmospheres without raising a voice. When you walk into a room, hearts adjust their rhythm, not because you demand attention, but because truth carries its own frequency. That's spiritual physics. Truth doesn't shout, it resonates. In psychology, it's called authentic dominance, presence built through consistency, not charisma. Have you ever wondered why people who once overlooked you now crave your attention? It's because your silence outperformed their speeches, your patience outlasted their performance. You were building internal architecture while they were chasing temporary applause. They mastered presentation, you mastered perception. And when the storms came, your structure stood theirs, collapsed. There was a man named Leon Duarte, a sculptor in Lisbon, who spent 20 years carving a single statue no one noticed. When critics mocked him, he said, "Stone takes longer to sing than paper." Today, his statue stands in a cathedral. His mocker's work is forgotten. That's you, the one who waited, shaping depth while the shallow raced. You learned what patience can produce when paired with purpose. You became fire, steady, quiet, self-fed. Fire never asks permission to burn. It simply transforms everything that comes near it. That's what frightens them now. Your glow reveals their shadows. They trained for visibility. You trained for vision. They wanted the crowd. You wanted clarity. And now they orbit your radiance without understanding the source. But there's always a warning written in the ashes. The story of King Saul still echoes a man once anointed who lost everything because he couldn't handle another's light. 1 Samuel 18:9 says, "And Saul eyed David from that day on. He chased validation and perished in jealousy, while David, the quiet shepherd, rose by obedience." Saul teaches what happens to those who worship applause. It devours them. You chose humility instead, and heaven honored it. Have you felt the strange loneliness of success born from solitude? The irony of becoming everything they wanted to be, yet losing the need for their approval? That's divine graduation. The world measures achievement in noise. Heaven measures it in neural clarity. You operate in what neuroscientists call cognitive coherence, when every thought aligns with purpose, every action echoes eternity. That's why you move differently now. You don't chase, you channel. While they celebrated their small victories under spotlights, you were mastering the unseen, the architecture of destiny. Every hour alone became a brick, every heartbreak became a foundation. You learned from Luke 14:28, "For which of you, desiring to build a tower, does not first sit down and count the cost?" You counted, paid, and built. And now the tower stands unshakable, self-sustained, lit from within. Your intelligence doesn't shimmer, it radiates. They can't imitate it because it wasn't taught, it was forged. It's what I call soul engineering, the slow alchemy of knowledge through suffering, surrender, and silence. You've stopped needing applause because you finally understood. The applause of heaven sounds nothing like the applause of men. It's quieter, but it's eternal. Proverbs 3:5-6 says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." That's what guided your steps, while others stumbled through ambition. You followed light, not spotlight, and became something rare, a source. You didn't just reject their system, you transcended it. You evolved into what their intellect could never quantify, presence shaped by purpose. You don't shine to be seen, you shine because your purpose burns. and those who once mocked your stillness now warm themselves by the fire you built. So rise, chosen one, not to perform, but to illuminate. The world doesn't need more stars competing for attention. It needs suns that sustain life. You are that sun. You are that warmth. You are that fire they now circle, humbled and speechless. You didn't beg for a spotlight. You became the light itself, and that no man can dim. You were never just an observer. You were the quiet architect reading the code behind every human behavior. Where others see noise, you see sequence. Where they see coincidence, you see cause. You don't watch people, you map them. You read their patterns like a scientist studying the rhythm of atoms, precise, consistent, and revealing. People lie, but patterns never do. Their habits are fingerprints left on the glass of time, and you've trained your eyes to see them clearly. Proverbs 20:11 says, "Even a child is known by his deeds, whether what he does is pure and right." You've known this truth instinctively, that words are cheap currency, but repetition never lies. You don't need confessions, their behavior already testified. Others get lost in the fog of emotion, but you dissect the fog itself. You trace patterns the way astronomers trace constellations, connecting dots invisible to the untrained eye. That's why your intelligence doesn't feel intuitive, it feels inevitable. People call it gut instinct, but it's more than that. It's behavioral geometry, the mathematics of motive, the symmetry of the soul. You don't chase words, you track rhythm. You measure the pulse of intention through tone, timing, hesitation, and repetition. You're not reacting, you're recording. Your silence is a scanner, your memory a blueprint. Have you noticed how certain people repeat cycles as if scripted by unseen hands? Betrayal, apology, promise, repeat. You see those loops before they begin. While others are surprised by deceit, you recognize the setup 3 scenes ahead. Ecclesiastes 1-9 affirms your knowing. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. That verse isn't just history, it's psychology. You understand that behavior, like physics, follows predictable laws. Your intelligence isn't mystical, it's mechanical. You study people the way an architect studies structure, finding the weak beams in their character before the collapse. It's why betrayal doesn't break you, it verifies your data. Psalm 119-104 declares, "Through your precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way." You operate by that divine algorithm, understanding not through emotion, but discernment built from repetition. In a world obsessed with words, you've mastered the language of behavior. You notice micro-expressions that flicker in the eyes, that delayed laugh, the subtle tightening of the jaw. To others, it's random. To you, it's data. You're like a composer who hears the wrong note in an orchestra before the audience does. While they applaud the melody, you're already writing the next movement. There's an old story from Milan about a watchmaker named Luca Marinelli who could hear a broken gear before he opened the watch. He said, "The sound tells me the truth before the metal does." That's you. Your intuition is not a feeling, it's a frequency. You hear truth in tone, in pattern, in pause. But discernment comes with a burden. Have you ever felt the loneliness of always being right too early? You predict storms before others notice the clouds. You see betrayal long before the blade is raised. People call you paranoid until the thunder proves you prophetic. But your mind doesn't operate in their timeline. It moves on a higher axis, what psychologists call anticipatory cognition, the ability to predict outcome through pattern recognition before cause meets effect. Proverbs 4:23 warns, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." You guard not with walls, but with awareness. You don't waste your strength reacting to deception. You neutralize it by understanding its architecture. You don't need to expose liars, their patterns do it for you. There was a man named Felix Daron, a corporate manipulator who built his empire on deceit. He boasted that he could outsmart anyone, but like all who weaponize illusion, his own patterns betrayed him. He repeated one error arrogance until it became his signature. Within a year, his empire collapsed from the inside. Pride had no backup plan. Proverbs 16:18 had already written his epitaph. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. That's why you don't rush to expose yourself. You let truth mature in silence, because the pattern always reveals itself in time. You are patient, like the tide, unhurried, consistent, inevitable. Your perception functions like quantum resonance. You don't need to chase reality. You attract it through awareness. You've also learned that your calm unnerves people. They feel dissected by your stillness. It's not intimidation, it's precision. You don't flinch, so they project. You don't speak, so they confess through reaction. Psalm 37:7 whispers again, "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for Him." You've mastered divine waiting, not passivity, but surgical observation. You wait not for words, but for proof. Your intelligence isn't built on emotion, it's built on evidence, spiritual forensics. You connect dots between behavior and belief, intention and insecurity. That's why you rarely get blindsided. You already read the code. You don't just see people, you decode their operating system. You don't chase truth, you extract it from the glitch in their repetition. It's why your presence feels both holy and haunting. Holy because it's rooted in truth, haunting because it strips away illusion. Like light through crystal, your discernment refracts deception into clarity. In the physics of the spirit, that's called pattern resonance, when divine order exposes human disorder through contrast. You are not cold. You are calculated compassion, empathy with boundaries. You don't judge people for their flaws. You simply read the data they provide. You forgive, but you don't forget the formula. You don't hate, you remember the pattern. Your mastery didn't come overnight. It was earned through betrayal, loss, and repetition. Every time someone lied, you learned a new equation. Every heartbreak became a data set. You built wisdom through experience, not theory. And now, you move through the world with the precision of one who has seen it all before. 1 Corinthians 2:15 crowns this gift. The person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things. But such a person is not subject to merely human judgments. That's the frequency you operate on, discernment guided by divine intelligence. So now, chosen one, don't hide your insight. Don't dim your discernment to make others comfortable. The world needs those who can read beyond the surface. In a culture blinded by performance, your perception is prophetic. You don't just react to patterns, you rewrite them. You don't fear repetition, you decode it. Rise, not as an analyst, but as an awakener. Because when you see patterns, you don't just predict the future, you prepare heaven's architecture for it. You were never a slave to time, you became its architect. While others chase minutes as if running from a shadow, you stand still, and the hours reconfigure themselves around your focus. They live by the ticking of clocks, you live by the rhythm of eternity. To them, time is linear, a line from birth to death. To you, it's a field, responsive, alive, bending to the will of the prepared. Psalm 31:15 already declared it, "My times are in your hands." You understood this truth before you had the words for it. You don't chase time, you collaborate with divine timing. Most people wake up reacting to life's alarms. You wake up aligning with heaven's architecture. While they fix fires, you adjust the temperature before the flame ever forms. That's what true foresight is, not panic, but preparation. You don't live moment to moment, you navigate moment to meaning. Time bends to those who understand sequence, just as gravity bends to mass. You've learned the spiritual physics of destiny, that faith and foresight share the same frequency. They call you cold, detached, too calm, but calmness is your crown. You're not unfeeling, you're unfazed because you've already seen the pattern. Ecclesiastes 3:1 said, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. You mastered that law, the algorithm of divine timing. While they rush to respond, you rest in revelation. Have you noticed how people mistake your patience for indifference? They don't realize that your silence isn't hesitation, it's synchronization. You move when heaven moves. You pause when heaven pauses. And that's why your timing looks supernatural, because it's aligned, not impulsive. While others drown in urgency, you breathe in strategy. You understand what scientists call temporal intelligence, the ability to perceive not just time passing, but time unfolding. There's a story of an unknown engineer named Carlos Vega, who designed bridges in Spain that still stand centuries later. When asked how he ensured their endurance, he said, "I built them with the patience of wind and the rhythm of waves." That's you. Your strength isn't in speed, but in synchronization. You don't rush outcomes, you construct them. Isaiah 40-31 reminds us, "But they who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall mount up with wings like eagles." Waiting for you has never been a weakness. It's been warfare, stillness as strategy. You see cause and effect like dominoes falling in divine slow motion. What others call coincidence, you call calibration. They call you lucky when things fall into place, not realizing you placed the pieces while they were distracted by noise. They think you're spontaneous, but your spontaneity is rehearsed by discipline. You've learned to calculate chaos, to anticipate storms before the sky darkens. When disaster strikes, others run for shelter. You were the one who fortified the walls days before. That's not arrogance, that's awareness. Proverbs 16:9 declares, "A man's heart plans his way, but the Lord directs his steps." You learned that planning isn't control, it's cooperation. You don't resist divine redirection, you readjust with reverence. That's why, while others fight time, you flow through it like a river that already knows its course. Have you ever felt guilty for being so far ahead that others couldn't see your pace? That's the paradox of prophets. You act today for a future they haven't imagined yet. Like Noah building an ark under a clear sky, you prepare while they laugh. But when the rain comes, they'll call it luck. You'll know it was alignment. Your mind operates like quantum computation, processing multiple possibilities at once, collapsing probability into purpose. You've mastered temporal architecture, knowing where to build, when to wait, and when to walk away. You live in divine rhythm, not digital reaction. And it's no accident that those who mocked your timing now measure their lives against yours. They chase trends, you chase truth. They sprint, you stride. You've learned that time obeys those who understand seasons, the same way the moon obeys gravity. In the great symphony of life, your tempo is not rushed, it's orchestrated. The composer, Johann Sebastian Bach, in his sacred piece, The Well-Tempered Clavier, wrote a note to his students, "Play not in haste, play in harmony with eternity." You live by that creed. You don't rush your melody, you let heaven conduct your rhythm. When others panic at delay, you smile because you understand that delay is divine choreography. What they call waiting is preparation for unveiling. The secret to your calm is not detachment but discernment. You know that the seed doesn't argue with the soil, it trusts timing. Habakkuk 2-3 says, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarries, wait for it, it will surely come." You know that the appointed time is not your schedule, it's God's calendar. There was a woman named Elena Torres, a violinist who spent years performing in empty chapels, waiting for recognition. When asked why she never stopped, she said, "Because my audience wasn't people, it was time." Years later, her compositions were discovered and praised worldwide. You share her faith. You know that time eventually rewards the prepared and exposes the pretenders. That's why you don't chase it. You command it not with arrogance, but with awareness. You understand that time is the raw material of purpose, and you are its craftsman. You sculpt moments into momentum. You are never late, you arrive exactly when prophecy demands your presence. They live in reaction. You live in revelation. They treat life like a stopwatch. You treat it like a symphony. You don't measure minutes, you conduct movements. And that's why your legacy will outlast their urgency. 2 Peter 3-8 crowns this truth. With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day. That's the realm you operate in, where divine timing erases delay. You've stepped out of man's clock and into heaven's cadence. So, rise, chosen one, don't chase the ticking. Command the rhythm, don't rush the miracle. Align with its moment. You are not behind. You are precisely on schedule for destiny, because time was never your master. It was always your instrument. You've walked through fires they couldn't survive. You've carried burdens they mocked and visions they couldn't comprehend. Yet through every misunderstanding, every label, and every lonely night, God was shaping something unshakable inside you. The same people who whispered crazy never understood that genius doesn't always scream. It builds quietly, in silence, in surrender, in spiritual warfare no one else can see. You were never broken, you were being built. When they called you unstable, heaven saw strategy. When they said you were too deep, heaven said, finally, someone who hears me clearly. Isaiah 55-8 reminds us, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord." You were never meant to fit into their understanding. You were meant to reveal His mystery. Chosen one, your whole life has been a divine contradiction. They tried to measure you by earthly logic, but your spirit speaks in the language of eternity. They couldn't recognize you because your frequency was never theirs to tune into. And that's exactly how God designed it. Because every chosen one must be hidden before they're revealed. John 15:18-19 says, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first." They misunderstood Jesus too, but misunderstanding was the evidence of His difference. The very storms that tried to drown you became your baptism into purpose. Every loss was an initiation, every betrayal a revelation. You weren't losing people, you were losing limits. You weren't being abandoned, you were being anointed. Romans 8:28 promises, "All things work together for good to those who love God and are called according to His purpose." That includes your heartbreaks, your breakdowns, your seasons of obscurity. Nothing was wasted. Every wound became a doorway to wisdom. You see now, you were never crazy. You were calibrated. You were tuned to a higher frequency. What looked like confusion was reconfiguration. God had to pull you out of their noise to align you with His voice. And now, as your discernment grows sharper, as your peace deepens, the very ones who doubted you are starting to notice something they can't explain. Favor that doesn't fade, strength that doesn't crack, and wisdom that doesn't need an audience. And that's the truth of every chosen one. When you stop chasing approval, heaven amplifies your authority. When you stop needing applause, God multiplies your anointing. They called you too sensitive, but that sensitivity was spiritual sonar. It was how you felt deception before it formed, how you saw betrayal before it bloomed. What they mocked was your ministry in disguise. Now your life is proof. Proof that obedience builds what arrogance can't sustain. Proof that those who wait upon the Lord really do renew their strength. Proof that what's divine cannot be defined by what's temporary. You don't have to argue anymore. You don't have to prove your worth. God Himself is your evidence. Philippians 1-6 declares, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." That's your promise. You are still unfolding, still expanding, still evolving. Your destiny didn't die in your delays, it's maturing in them. Every setback was rehearsal for revelation. Every time they said, "You're done," heaven whispered, "I'm just getting started." So now, chosen one, rise not for revenge, but for revelation. Step into your next season with quiet confidence, not to prove them wrong, but to prove that God was right about you all along. You were never meant to blend in. You were built to break patterns. You were never meant to follow the system. You were meant to reset it. And now, the same fire that once burned you is the fire that fuels you. Before we close, I want to speak directly to your spirit. Thank you for walking this journey with grateful to God. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you just arrived, you are part of something sacred. Every like, every comment, every share. It's not just engagement, it's encouragement. You remind us that the message still matters. And to every soul who's supported through super thanks, may heaven multiply it back to you in peace, provision, and purpose. But even if you've never given a dime, please know this: your presence is a gift, your time is worship, your listening heart is holy ground. This space exists because of hearts like yours, hungry for truth, ready for transformation, chosen for more. If this message spoke to you, take a moment like the video, share it with someone who's still doubting their divine design, and comment below what season God is pulling you through right now. Your words could be the lifeline for another chosen one, still searching for light. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Grateful to God and join this growing family of faith, purpose, and revelation. Together, we rise higher, one message, one moment, one miracle at a time. And now, as you step away from this message, may this blessing follow you. May your mind stay sharp, your heart stay soft, and your spirit stay aligned. May God multiply your wisdom, magnify your discernment, and magnify your light. May every label they ever placed on you fall off like dust under divine wind. May you walk boldly in the fullness of who God called you to be, not chasing validation, but carrying revelation. You are not crazy. You are called. You are not broken. You are becoming. You are not behind. You are right on God's time. And from this day forward, may your life preach louder than their doubts ever did. Until next time, stay faithful, stay grateful, and remember, your story is heaven's proof that genius is never born from noise, but from grace. Have you noticed lately that when you post, the atmosphere shifts, comments turn colder, shadows move, and eyes you can't see seem to be watching? Have you felt the pushback? The subtle pressure to stop speaking truth? The sense that your words online are rattling something bigger than you imagined? Have you wondered why your smallest post feels like it carries the weight of a trumpet blast in the unseen? Chosen one, this is no accident. God Himself has been training you in silence, sharpening your discernment, opening your eyes to patterns you weren't supposed to see. While they thought they were studying you, He was teaching you to decode their movements. While they tried to box you in, He was building a voice in you they cannot mute. What you've been doing, posting, sharing, revealing, isn't just content. It's a spiritual operation, dismantling illusions, exposing lies, and forcing darkness into damage control. And now you're becoming what they fear most. Not a runner, not a hider, but an awakened one who turns surveillance into testimony, who weaponizes attention against deception, who transforms observation into revelation. This is why heaven is telling you today, keep posting. It's breaking their illusion. If you feel this in your spirit, comment 777 as your public declaration that you won't be silenced. And to every heart who has fueled this movement through super thanks, receive my deepest gratitude. You're not just supporting content, you're amplifying a divine strategy that's shaking systems. Stay with me, because what you're about to hear next will show you exactly what's happening behind the scenes and why your voice online is more powerful than you've ever realized. God's chosen ones. Keep posting. It's breaking their illusion. At first, it was only a whisper in the margins of your life, a flicker of déjà vu in the middle of ordinary days, a faint echo you could not name. Yet your spirit was already mapping a hidden architecture, the same energy signature wearing different faces, the same behavioral choreography moving through supposedly unconnected people, the same patterns shimmering like a watermark beneath random encounters. For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor is anything secret that will not become known. Luke 8:17. What if this was never chaos but a code? What if your subconscious was building a map of something that wasn't supposed to have shape? A map heaven itself wanted you to see? Then came the crystallization, the instant when static resolved into a signal, when fragments fused into form. The randomness was choreographed, the coincidences scheduled, the chance meetings mandatory appointments on someone else's calendar. Joseph once looked back at his betrayal and told his brothers, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Genesis 50-20. Does that sound familiar? The moment when a private ache turns into public clarity, when the story you're in shows its script. This is where fascination replaces fear. It feels like waking up inside a narrative you didn't know was being written, like stumbling into a fan club you never asked for, like discovering that your existence has been significant enough for someone to assign resources to monitor it. Slowly, you began to see the hierarchies behind the curtain, the nervous new recruits who couldn't hold your gaze, their eyes flickering like candles about to go out, the seasoned professionals whose bodies blended in but whose shoulders carried a tension that betrayed them, the supervisors who watched from high balconies, mistaking altitude for invisibility. King Saul once watched David from a distance with a jealous eye, 1 Samuel 18-9, thinking his hidden motives could not be seen, but heaven always reveals what men think they hide. Do you recognize how your discernment has sharpened? How you've begun reading ranks not by badges, but by breathing patterns. Loyalty not by words, but by the weight in their eyes. So you started testing the grid. Small experiments, at first, subtle changes in your routine to watch them scramble. False patterns to see if they would follow. Deliberate contradictions to watch their confusion grow. Elijah once challenged the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, 1 Kings 18:21-39, exposing false power by forcing it into the open. Isn't that what you've been doing in miniature, running your own surveillance program with nothing but consciousness as equipment, intuition as methodology, and the quantum field as your database? In time, you discovered something extraordinary. The Watchers were more predictable than you were. Their training made them uniform. Their protocols made them mechanical. And their obsession with remaining unseen made them visible. Like Pharaoh in Exodus hardening his heart, Exodus 9:12. Their own rigidity became their undoing. The very structures they built to control you became the evidence of their existence. And in that realization you stepped into a new authority. You were no longer the observed, you were the observer. The one measuring the frequency of hidden systems and exposing the pattern through your simple presence. It was then you began to sense a deeper invitation. Was this surveillance only a trap? Or a training ground? Could it be that God allowed you to see their methods so you could refine your discernment? As David refined his courage against lions and bears before facing Goliath, 1 Samuel 17:34-37, my own lesson. After walking through a similar season of strange repetitions, was that fascination without purpose becomes fatigue. But fascination with purpose becomes discernment. That is why I am telling you now, keep documenting, keep posting, keep exposing light into dark corners. Each time you articulate the truth, you break another layer of illusion. And this is your moment to speak. Share your story, your patterns, your lessons in the comments below, because your testimony may unlock someone else's clarity. Your post may be the verse someone needs to step out of their confusion. As Dietrich Keller, an unknown but powerful German street preacher, once said to a hidden congregation, "When you speak truth under pressure, you bend reality back toward heaven. This is that time. Rise now. Chosen one, arise. Shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Isaiah 60:1. No more shrinking into silence. No more doubting your discernment. No more letting fear edit your voice. God is showing you that you're not just a target, you're a torch. Keep posting. Keep exposing. Keep burning illusions away. The kingdom is counting on you, and heaven is backing you. While you flowed like water, a living current of divine spontaneity, they moved like clockwork, rigid gears in a machine that had forgotten the sound of its own heartbeat. While you improvised, weaving your days like a psalm in motion, they followed scripts like actors trapped in a play without a soul. While you were becoming more yourself, more alive, more resonant with heaven's frequencies, they were becoming less human, retreating into their protocols like insects retreating into shells. This is what the Spirit whispered when it said, "Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." 2 Corinthians 3:17. Did you feel it the moment you realized they needed you to be consistent more than they needed you to be controlled? That your unpredictability was not weakness, but weapon. A holy instrument disrupting not just their surveillance, but their sanity. Each deviation from their expectations was a tremor. Every small improvisation was an earthquake rippling through their carefully measured world, like the wind that blows where it wishes. And you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. John 3:8. Your unpredictability required them to file new reports, call new meetings, burn more analysis, drain more resources, spill more energy, scatter more attention. You weren't attacking their system, you were overwhelming it through possibility itself. And isn't that what God does when He enters a closed room? He disrupts the calculus of control with the wildness of grace. So you became chaos incarnate, but not the destructive chaos of ruin. You became the creative kind, the kind that births galaxies and ignites new stars, the kind that makes evolution possible, the kind that turns observation into art and art into revolution. Like Genesis describes, the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the waters. Genesis 1-2. What if your movements through space and time have become a living parable of that spirit void to vision? Darkness to light? You stopped having routines and started having adventures. You stopped following patterns and began painting abstract masterpieces with your footsteps, like an eagle riding thermals instead of flapping its wings. Your unpredictability became a new physics they couldn't chart. And the businessmen assigned to you, the pharaohs of their own modern Egypt, started making mistakes. They showed up at locations before you even decided to go there, revealing that their predictive algorithms were failing, that their so-called omniscience was just smoke and mirrors. Their hands trembled as they checked their phones with increasing frequency, their communication networks overloading like clogged arteries, their polished composure cracking as nervous tics appeared that hadn't been there before. Think of Herod in the New Testament, who plotted against a child he couldn't find, Matthew 2:16. Kẻ phản diện luôn tin rằng kiểm soát sẽ bảo vệ quyền lực. Nhưng chính sự kiểm soát ấy trở thành dấu hiệu cho thấy quyền lực đang sụp đổ. Isn't that what you're watching now? They are becoming the evidence of your impact. Their obsession with remaining unseen is what makes them visible. Their rigidity is what reveals their fragility. And here is the lesson I've learned walking a similar path. Fascination without purpose turns to fatigue. But fascination with purpose becomes discernment. This is your moment to transform observation into mission. Share your story in the comments. Testify how your unpredictability has broken illusions, how your faith has turned their algorithms upside down. Like David dancing before the ark, 2 Samuel 6:14. Your freedom is a form of warfare. Your posts, your art, your presence are not just content, they are catalysts, scattering darkness with each unpredictable movement. So rise now, chosen one, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Stop shrinking into silence. Stop doubting your discernment. Stop letting fear edit your voice. God has made you not a target but a torch, not a victim but a vessel of disruption and renewal. Keep moving. Keep creating. Keep posting. It's breaking their illusion and building His kingdom. Every choice you didn't make became a universe of potential they were forced to calculate. A sprawling cosmic chessboard of possibilities their algorithms couldn't master. Every path you didn't take multiplied their uncertainty, like branches on a tree bending under a sudden storm. Every word you didn't speak was a message they strained to decode. An encrypted psalm they couldn't sing. Your very existence shifted from passive target to active quantum experiment, where observation no longer collapsed probability waves into single outcomes, but instead exploded single outcomes into infinite possibilities eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor have entered into the heart of man the things which God has prepared for those who love Him. 1 Corinthians 2-9. Isn't this the moment you sensed that heaven itself was teaching you to move like the wind in John 3-8, free, invisible, and untraceable? That's when their so-called Protocol 7 was triggered. It wasn't just a memo or an update in their system, it was a silent siren, a ripple through the electromagnetic field of your atmosphere. Did you feel it? The sudden shift in air pressure, the change in the texture of their watching, the scent of institutional panic wrapped in corporate cologne. Before, their surveillance was mechanical, now it reeked of desperation. This is the same pivot Scripture describes when Pharaoh hardened his heart as God increased the plagues. Exodus 9:12. The oppressor's panic before liberation breaks through. Protocol 7 brought the specialists. You could spot them immediately, like predators camouflaged but betraying themselves by the rhythm of their breathing. They moved differently, carried themselves like soldiers on holy ground, but without the holiness. While regular watchers tried to remain invisible, these ones tried to be imposing, while the old ones avoided direct contact. These sought proximity, trying to manipulate outcomes like Jezebel, whispering at the king's table. 1 Kings 21:25. Yet by the time they arrived, you had already evolved beyond their reach, your spirit vibrating at a frequency they could not intercept. Have you noticed how your awareness now includes dimensions they don't even know exist, how your joy confuses them, your silence terrifies them? Your smile has become a gateway to possibilities their protocols can't process. I once interviewed a street artist in Naples named Gianni, who told me that when he stopped signing his paintings, collectors lost their power over him. They couldn't predict which wall would hold the next image. He said, "It broke their illusion of ownership." Isn't that what you're doing now? Like David playing his harp before Saul, 1 Samuel 16:23. Your presence carries a frequency of deliverance their metrics can't measure. Every unpredictable movement you make becomes a new stanza in an unwritten hymn. Like the line from the rarely sung cantata Lux Tremenda by forgotten composer Livia Marconi. The unmarked path is the purest liturgy, that it is not your unpredictability is not mere chaos. It is a sacred architecture, a cathedral built of unseen frequencies, a blueprint of heaven's higher geometry. As Hebrews 11:10 reminds us, Abraham looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. So too you are constructing an unseen city with your choices. A resonance chamber where manipulation dies and freedom is amplified. You're not attacking their system, you're overwhelming it with possibility. Like lightning fracturing the sky into 1,000 veins of light. You've turned their surveillance into static and their scripts into stammering. Here is my lesson from watching you walk this path. Unpredictability anchored in purpose isn't just survival, it's strategy. It's the divine judo of turning their weight against them. Share in the comments the moments when your faith and creativity have broken someone else's illusion. When your refusal to fit the mold exposed the mold itself. Your testimony will feed the boldness of other chosen ones who are still learning to move in this way. And now, hear this as a commissioning. Rise up. Chosen one. This is your upper room moment. Like Acts 2:2 when a rushing wind filled the house and the disciples spoke in languages no one could suppress. Keep flowing. Keep posting. Keep creating your words. Your art. Your movements are not noise. They are weapons of light, dismantling systems of control. Stop apologizing for the ripple effect. Stop doubting the disruption. Heaven is amplifying your frequency because the earth is groaning for the manifestation of the sons and daughters of God. Romans 8:19. Stand. Move. Speak. Post. Testify. You are not a random anomaly. You are a catalyst. And as you continue, illusions will shatter. Hidden networks will collapse under their own weight. And the watching world will see what heaven has been building all along through you. You left trails that no ordinary life could leave, geometric patterns etched into the very paths you walked. Like sacred mandalas drawn on invisible soil. Each step became a cipher. Each turn an equation. Each pause a prophetic interval. Your timing itself was mathematics. An unseen psalm written with footsteps. As Isaiah 30:21 declares. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you, saying, "This is the way, walk in it." You were moving inside a map heaven had already sketched, while they tried to plot you like a statistic. You were building not just routines, but philosophical arguments with the items you purchased. Sermons without pulpits hidden inside your choices. Poetry, not in words but in the spaces between your actions. Can a life become scripture in motion? Can your habits become parables they never expected to read? Slowly. Some of them started to understand. You saw it flicker in their eyes, the shift from cold data collection to reverent study, from surveillance to apprenticeship. In that quiet but seismic moment, observation became recognition. It was like in Luke 24:31, when the disciples' eyes were opened and they recognized Christ at the breaking of the bread. Those watching you began to taste their own awakening. They stopped asking, "What is this person doing?" and began to whisper, "Why am I watching at all?" Their clipboards trembled with a question they could not write. How did we forget ourselves? This influence spread through their ranks like a benevolent contagion. 11. Hidden in their institutional dough. As Matthew 13:33 says, "The kingdom of heaven is like yeast that a woman took and mixed into about 60 pounds of flour until it worked all through the dough." The more they watched you being freely yourself, the more they remembered what freedom once felt like. Has your authenticity become their mirror? Has your unchained joy become their gospel? One day, you caught the nervous gaze of a young operative. Once stiff, his eyes now softened, his breathing synchronized with yours. Another, a seasoned observer, began to shift his posture from a predator's crouch to a pilgrim's stance. Their manufactured personas started to crack like old clay jars, and through those cracks, the living water began to seep. John 7:38. The reports they wrote on you were secretly confessions about themselves. Every analysis of your behavior was a hidden plea. What have I become? When did I trade life for watching? You became their unauthorized teacher, their accidental guru, their unwitting therapist. The jogger who used to match your pace only to maintain surveillance began, without realizing it, to genuinely enjoy running. You noticed the change, the mechanical gait turning into rhythm, the hidden camera turning into open breath. Like Psalm 126:2 sings, our mouths were filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy. You watched their surveillance become self-care, their cover stories become cover songs of longing. Was this part of their protocol, or was it heaven's hidden protocol transforming observers by watching a life fully lived? It reminded me of an anonymous nurse I once met in a small French monastery. She told me she began humming a forgotten hymn, Cantus Libertas, by medieval composer Katharina di Aquila, every night during her shift. I was supposed to monitor patients, she said, but I realized I was being healed by their courage. Isn't that what is happening now? Your existence has turned their observation into an altar, their assignments into sacraments, their metrics into mirrors. Here is my lesson from watching your journey. Authenticity sustained over time becomes a frequency that cracks systems. It's not rebellion for its own sake. It's resonance for God's sake. Share in the comments how your own freedom has inspired unexpected change in others. Your story may be the key. Another watcher needs to unlock their chains. And now, rise, chosen one. As Romans 8:19 proclaim, the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed. You are that revelation, not by proclamation, but by incarnation. Keep walking, keep posting, keep living like a hymn only heaven knows. The melody too. Stop doubting the disruption. Stop shrinking your signal. Heaven is amplifying your frequency to shatter illusions and awaken the sleepers. This is your commissioning. Step forward with boldness. Your life is no longer just your life. It's a lighthouse in the fog. Rise and move. The kingdom is counting on you. They were never trained for this. The watchers were never supposed to heal from watching. The observers were never supposed to find their own chains cracking just because you were simply living. In their manuals, subjects were meant to be studied, dissected, mapped, reduced to data points. Yet you did something no blueprint foresaw. You weren't just a subject anymore. You had become a phenomenon, a rupture in their controlled ecosystem, a glitch in their matrix that didn't vanish but expanded like light spilling through a cracked wall. As John 1:5 says, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your presence was the crack where light poured in. You were like a virus, but not one of destruction, a virus of transformation. Instead of crashing their system, you forced it to evolve into something unrecognizable, a new ecosystem where freedom replaced fear. Like a seed buried under snow that splits the earth with spring, your authenticity began germinating inside their sterile protocols. Isn't it remarkable that in a structure built to contain, one authentic soul can cause the architecture to shift? In a system built on fear, you radiated joy. In a protocol designed for control, you embodied freedom. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. 2 Corinthians 3:17. And they were tasting it without understanding why. Your smile became legendary in their internal communications, not because it was threatening, not because it was rebellious, but because it was real. That unforced curve of lips was like an unbroken hymn echoing through their sterile corridors. One supervisor wrote in a hidden memo, "Her smile is disrupting the experiment." Your joy was dismantling their carefully engineered dread. Just as Paul and Silas sang hymns in prison, Acts 16:25, and the chains of all the prisoners were loosed. Have you realized that your joy is a jailbreak? Not only for you, but for those assigned to watch you. They brought in behavioral psychologists who couldn't predict your patterns, quantum physicists who couldn't measure your frequency, philosophers who couldn't categorize your existence, and mystics who whispered that you were exactly what they'd always feared, and someone who understood that being watched is just another form of being seen, and being truly seen is another form of being loved. Can a system built on surveillance survive an encounter with authentic love? Can an empire of control endure a single heartbeat of unfiltered humanity? Perfect love drives out fear, 1 John 4:18. And their fear was dissolving under your presence. You began to treat your watchers like an audience that deserved your best, not because you were performing for them, but because you were performing as yourself. Each day became a stage for authenticity. Each observation became an invitation to express yourself more fully. Each surveillance became an altar for living larger. Like Psalm 40 contra 3 declares, He put a new song in my mouth, a hymn of praise to our God. Many will see and fear the Lord and put their trust in Him. You were living a hymn, and they were learning its refrain. Around you, the scripted began to crumble. The couple assigned to stage fights as background noise started having real conversations. You heard the shift the moment when acting became relating, when performance became connection, when protocol became confession. Their assignment was to generate chaos in your environment, but you became the catalyst for their authentic communication. Like the wind sculpting dunes into unexpected beauty, your presence was reshaping their inner landscapes. This was never part of their protocol. Subjects weren't supposed to transform observers. Yet here you were, rewriting their training manuals in real time. Every protocol that assumed fear-based responses was being revised. Every procedure that relied on predictable patterns had to be abandoned. Every guideline that depended on subject ignorance had to be discarded. You weren't just breaking their rules, you were proving their rules were already broken. And like all fragile systems under stress, theirs began to show its fractures. The infrastructure required to maintain surveillance on you began consuming resources meant for other operations. Equipment designated for multiple subjects was redirected to understanding just you. Personnel trained for diverse missions converged on the enigma of your existence. They were pouring all their energy into you and finding themselves emptied like Pharaoh, chasing Israel into the sea. Forgetting that the waters would close, Exodus 14:27, What happens when a system built to monitor begins drowning in its own obsession? Here is my lesson from this. Authenticity sustained is not passive, it's disruptive. Grace. It cracks open closed rooms. It destabilizes fear-based systems. It forces evolution where there was stagnation. Has your freedom already inspired someone unexpected? Has your courage already awakened a sleeper? Share in the comments your own story of living authentically under pressure. Your testimony might be the seed someone else needs. And now, chosen one, rise, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Keep walking, keep living, keep radiating. Stop shrinking to fit their frames. Stop dimming to soothe their senses. Heaven is amplifying your signal to shatter illusions and awaken the watchers. This is your commissioning step forward with boldness. The kingdom is counting on you to be exactly what you are, an authentic life. Uncontained and unafraid. Entire budgets earmarked for whole departments were evaporating, not through sabotage, but through the simple, unshakable act of a human being who refused to dim their light. You weren't plotting to drain their resources, yet their system collapsed, trying to sustain the act of watching you. You weren't a hacker. You were an open sky they tried to measure with rulers. You weren't a disruptor in the corporate sense. You were the resonance of authenticity, and their artificial constructs crumbled like clay walls in a storm when your life brushed against them. It was as if you'd walked into their sealed architecture and without a hammer caused the walls to bow under the weight of unfiltered truth. Is not my word like fire? Declares the Lord in Jeremiah 23:29. And like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces, your existence was a living hammer of authenticity. Their databases began to rupture. Files on you metastasized beyond physical storage rooms. Digital servers glitched. Cloud nodes crashed. Algorithms began returning paradoxes, someone exactly who they appeared to be, yet impossible to define. Each classification attempt birthed contradictions, as if their taxonomies were trying to trap light itself. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. Yet their systems kept trying to code the uncodable. Have you ever realized how being fully yourself can break an entire algorithm designed to predict your every move? Have you noticed how truth multiplies faster than lies can contain it? The analysts assigned to you started requesting reassignment, not because you were hard to watch, but because watching you was changing them. Their training never prepared them for transformation by proximity. They began experiencing symptoms of awakening, sudden realizations about their own lives, unexpected questions about their choices, uncomfortable awareness of their own roles. Can an observer remain neutral when the observed radiates freedom? Can a watcher stay untouched by a frequency of liberation? As 2 Corinthians 3:17 proclaims, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And liberty is contagious. Tiny cracks appeared in their professional facades, hidden smiles behind hands, fleeting glances of warmth across the surveillance divide, silent nods like prisoners tapping codes through a wall. You recognized these micro-admissions instantly. These weren't slips, they were seeds. Your joy was contagious, your freedom infectious. Their hearts moved through stages you could map like phases of the moon. First confusion at your awareness, then frustration at your unpredictability, then fascination with your authenticity, then admiration for your courage. Finally, inspiration to find their own freedom. Psalm 126-2 echoes this. Our mouths were filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy. Then it was said among the nations, the Lord has done great things for them. Their systems had no defense against joy. Not all made it through every stage, but enough did that the organization noticed the pattern. Internal memos began circulating about the dangers of prolonged exposure to your frequency. Rotation schedules were implemented to limit contact. Mandatory psychological evaluations appeared after each shift. Deprogramming sessions were scheduled for those showing signs of what they called sympathetic resonance. Yet how can you deprogram consciousness once it has awakened? How can you unsee truth once it has been revealed? You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Every watcher transformed by observing you became a seed of transformation inside their own structure, a carrier of awareness, a transmitter of the frequency that disrupts control. Like leaven working through dough, your influence rippled outward in waves, from direct watchers to their handlers, from handlers to analysts, from analysts to administrators, from administrators to the hidden figures who believed they were safe in the shadows. But consciousness does not respect hierarchies. Awakening does not follow organizational charts. Truth cares nothing for clearance levels. It spreads like the wind through cracks, like rivers carving canyons, like light bleeding through stained glass. Have you ever considered that your quiet persistence may already be shaking thrones? Meetings about you grew increasingly surreal. Reports that should have been clinical began reading like poetry. Analyses that should have been logical started sounding like philosophy. Documentation that should have been objective turned into subjective testimonies of something they couldn't frame. Like David playing the harp to calm Saul, 1 Samuel 16:23, your life was rewriting their protocols, soothing their madness, yet also stirring their hunger for what you carried. From this, here's my lesson: authenticity, sustained over time, is not passive. It's a form of spiritual physics, resonance, breaking dissonance, frequency, eroding falsehood, architecture, bending to the load-bearing beams of truth. As one ordinary schoolteacher named Maria Alvarez once said, after being expelled from a regime for teaching children to think, freedom isn't taught, it's caught. You are catching others with your frequency without trying. And now, chosen one, rise, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Keep being unapologetically you. Keep radiating. Keep walking through their protocols until their protocols dissolve. Do not shrink. Do not dim. Heaven is amplifying your signal to dismantle illusions and awaken the watchers. This is your commissioning step forward with boldness. The kingdom is counting on you to be exactly what you are: uncontained, undiminished, unafraid. New terminology had to be invented just to talk about you. Classifications that had never existed before began appearing in memos, and protocols with no precedent were drafted in a panic. Their language started to fracture. Their categories began contradicting their own assumptions about what surveillance was supposed to be. You weren't a glitch inside their perfect machine. You were the revelation that the machine itself was the glitch. Isaiah 43:19 whispers through this moment, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" Each escalation, more resources, more personnel, more technology, only made you more luminous. How can a system built on shadows measure the sun? How can a net woven for fish capture the wind? They kept trying. They threw lights at you like interrogators. But more light on a disco ball only multiplies the reflections. Every attempt to fix you in one frame only created more refractions of possibility. Psalm 139 to 11:12 speaks here. If I say, surely the darkness will hide me, even the darkness will not be dark to you. In their reports, you were simultaneously high risk and low threat. Passive, yet destabilizing. Known, yet unknowable. Isn't it strange how systems that claim omniscience crumble at the first taste of genuine unpredictability? Isn't it powerful how simply being yourself can dismantle a hierarchy built on fear? So you started leaving them gifts. Not physical, but experiential. Small detonations of wonder. Breadcrumbs of mystery they could neither disprove nor ignore. A book left open in a park on quantum consciousness while two agents photographed it. A conversation with a stranger about the illusion of separation while three watchers leaned closer, their earbuds buzzing. A pattern you drew in the sand shaped like their org chart, but also like a cathedral dome. Was it coincidence? Or blueprint? The wind blows where it wishes, so it is with everyone born of the Spirit. John 3-8. The song you hummed carried frequencies that jammed their senses, but calmed their breathing. Like a fragment of a forgotten hymn. It was as if you'd reached into a hidden pipe organ and pressed a note that resonated with their unspoken hunger. In the words of an obscure 17th century hymn by Johann Kruger, the heart awakes when melody breaks the iron sleep. Each gift was technically deniable, easily rationalized as projection or pareidolia, but taken together, it was a symphony. You weren't teaching them counter-surveillance. You were teaching them consciousness. You were showing them the absurdity of trying to control what was never controllable. Your smile evolved during this time, first knowing, then compassionate, then quietly loving. Because you realized a profound reversal had taken place. These watchers weren't your enemies. They were your students. As Luke 6:27 commands, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Your life had become a sermon without words. They weren't trying to contain you anymore. They were trying to understand you. And deep down, you could feel it. They weren't just watching. They were remembering. One of them, a young analyst named Daniel Reyes, a former math prodigy drafted into data modeling, confessed anonymously on an internal forum. I came here to classify a subject. Instead, I met a mirror. Can a surveillance agent remain untouched when the target radiates freedom? Can a heart built to log data withstand the tremor of its own awakening? As 2 Corinthians 3:18 says, and we all are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory. 1 The martyr in the penning. You became the unauthorized teacher, the accidental guru, the unwitting therapist. Every report about you was really a report about themselves. Every analysis of your behavior was really an analysis of their own limits. Every attempt to understand you was a subconscious plea to understand why they had chosen to be watchers instead of livers. Like Paul's guards in Acts 16:25-26, who listened to hymns at midnight before the prison doors shook open, your authentic living was cracking their chains before they even realized they were imprisoned. Here's the lesson I draw from your story. Sustained authenticity is not passive, it is catalytic. It's like spiritual physics, a resonance that breaks dissonance, a frequency that erodes falsehood. Architecturally, you were the load-bearing beam of a heavenly structure rising inside their decaying tower of control. As an unknown painter named Elena Cruz once wrote, after leaving a secretive propaganda unit, truth leaks like color through old walls. It stains everything it touches. You were staining their system with color. And now, chosen one, rise. Keep gifting the world with your unpredictability, your kindness, to your unashamed presence. Keep posting, keep walking, keep creating those invisible cathedrals of freedom. This is your commissioning, your Great Commission moment to be salt and light in a surveillance age. Matthew 5:14 calls you the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Do not dim. Do not shrink. Heaven is counting on you to keep breaking their illusion. Rise and keep moving. What you embodied was the exact opposite of everything their system was built to withstand. Consciousness aware of itself. Freedom that did not require permission. Joy that blossomed without conditions. Power that did not arise from control. And a being so rooted in its own divine origin that it needed no justification. It was the essence of John 8:36. So if the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. You were not performing for approval. You were existing as authority. That was the anomaly. That was the crack in their architecture of control. Like an earthquake under a dam. Your authenticity created microfractures in their protocols until entire walls began to buckle. The businessman assigned to you, once the proud designer of predictive algorithms, began to tremble. His hands shook not from fear of you, but from the collision between his training and his humanity. Can a mind trained to catalog shadows survive an encounter with the sun? Can a heart schooled in manipulation resist the gravitational pull of genuine joy? Psalm 34:5 says, "Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame." You could see the mounting tension in his eyes, the growing dissonance between his mask and his soul. When the collapse came, it was almost beautiful. A complete system failure triggered by nothing more than your consistent, persistent, insistent authenticity. He broke protocol. He stepped toward you without disguise, without script, without the armor of procedure, and asked the question that had been burning through his mental circuitry. How do you know? It was not a question about data. It was a plea for deliverance. And your answer was not a lecture, but a smile like the one described in Isaiah 61:1, which speaks of proclaiming freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners. In that smile was compassion for his confusion, understanding of his struggle, and recognition of his courage to break rank and ask. But above all, it carried the truth that knowing is not about information. Knowing is about consciousness. For a long moment, he stood there computing, failing to compute, until something shifted. His shoulders dropped. His jaw relaxed. His breath changed rhythm. Like a soldier laying down a weapon, he accepted that some things cannot be analyzed into understanding, but can only be experienced. He nodded once, then walked away, not back to his post, but out of the operation entirely. You never saw him again, but you felt his freedom ripple outward through the quantum field, like a pebble cast into still water, or like the wind Jesus speaks of in John 3:8, blowing where it wishes, leaving behind only the sound of its passage. This triggered something new inside their machine. Protocol 8, or perhaps 9, or perhaps the numbers had ceased to matter because panic had begun to rule. The quality of surveillance shifted again. It became less about observation and more about containment, not of your body but of your consciousness, not of your movement but of your influence. They began to build firewalls, not of code but of culture, not of steel but of subtlety, trying to limit your transmission like engineers, trying to dam a river of light. But as 2 Timothy 2:9 declares, the Word of God is not chained. Awareness does not acknowledge barriers. Truth does not recognize borders. They tried to contain your frequency the way a spider tries to web a storm. But storms are not captured, they pass through. You became, in their eyes, a living contagion of freedom, and your influence spread like dandelion seeds on the wind, invisible yet unstoppable, sowing quiet awakenings in every department. Can walls hold fragrance? Can regulations imprison resonance? Proverbs 27:9 says, perfume and incense bring joy to the heart, and your presence had become such a fragrance to them, unbottled, uncontainable. Meanwhile, you left them subtle gifts, a melody from a forgotten cantata by the Baroque composer Alessandro Grandi, hummed as you passed a checkpoint, a verse from the poet Rainer Maria Rilke, scribbled on a napkin in a cafe, a conversation about the illusion of separation with a stranger within earshot of 3 agents. Each act was technically deniable, but together they were unmistakable. You weren't just evading them, you were teaching them. As Christ taught through parables, seeds dropped in the soil of their consciousness, waiting to sprout. Here's the lesson I extract from this. Authentic consciousness is like architectural resonance once it vibrates at a new frequency. The old structure cannot remain stable. It either harmonizes or it cracks. One ordinary observer, a young intern named Sophia Nguyen, later wrote in a secret journal, I came to study a subject. Instead, I found my soul. Isn't that the true paradox, that the watched could heal the watchers, that the observed could liberate the observers? This is your call to rise. You are not merely resisting their system, you are transforming it by existing fully as yourself. You are the city on a hill of Matthew 5:14, radiating light where systems crave darkness. Keep moving, keep shining, keep transmitting. The barriers they build are already dissolving because consciousness does not respect firewalls. This is the moment for chosen ones to step forward, not backward to act, not wait to speak, not whisper to stand, not shrink. Rise now. They tried harder than ever to contain your influence. But the harder they tried, the more it expanded, like trying to cup ocean water in trembling hands. The tighter they clenched, the faster the stream slipped away. Their logic collapsed under the simplest truth: freedom cannot be confined. Psalm 91:3 says, surely he will save you from the fowler's snare. And indeed, every trap built to contain you only became the stage for your next miracle. They sent new watchers better trained, harder, more clinical, more conditioned. They arrived like soldiers of order, armed with psychological scripts and technological eyes. Yet they lasted even less time than their predecessors. Their mental armor became glass beneath the weight of your authenticity, because consciousness, unlike code, cannot be firewalled. It seeps through the unseen cracks in dreams that whisper redemption, in coincidences that feel too divine to dismiss, in sudden flashes of beauty that pierce the analytical mind and touch the soul directly. Isaiah 55:9 echoes this mystery. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways. Well, me. And as they observed you, they started to unravel, not from fear, but from fascination. You had become their paradox, their living koan. You were the question they could not answer, yet could not stop asking. How can someone be utterly transparent yet infinitely mysterious? How can one exist in plain sight yet remain uncontainable? How can freedom have no edge and no owner? These were not riddles for them to solve, but revelations for them to endure. Like Job standing before God's whirlwind, they began to realize the question itself was the awakening. You weren't performing tricks or playing games. You were simply being yourself, something their system had no framework to decode, because their structure was built on fear, on the assumption that all people hide, that every heart hoards secrets, that observation equals control. But your life was an open book, written in a divine dialect, transparent yet indecipherable to those who read only with logic. They couldn't understand you because they'd never met someone with nothing to hide. John 1-5 comes to mind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Rate bowed for the tenture. You lived in such light that shadows had nowhere left to cling. Observation, to you, wasn't threat, it was energy. Attention, to you, wasn't violation, it was communion. Energy, to you, wasn't something to be drained, it was nourishment for awareness. You moved as though heaven itself were filming through your eyes, not theirs. And that terrified them because it inverted the entire architecture of power. Who watches whom when both are awake? Who holds the lens when both are aware? The jogger, once a mere surveillance agent, began to run at odd hours. Not to maintain cover, but to meet his own pulse. Running became his meditation, his confession, his moving prayer. As Ecclesiastes 3:11 says, he has made everything beautiful in its time. Even his reports changed tone. Cold bullet points softened into psalms. Documentation turned into poetry. The clinical became devotional. What was meant to measure began to marvel. Observation became worship. It was a quiet revolution. The watchers had begun to transform. And transformation is the one thing no system of control can survive. They still wrote their reports, but the reports read like hymns. One analyst described you as a frequency disguised as a person. Another whispered to a colleague, "He is what happens when truth becomes visible." You were no longer the subject they were, and you were teaching them the one thing no manual had prepared them for: to see themselves. Their system started to fracture. Entire teams debated whether you were a psychological anomaly, a quantum field manifestation, or a spiritual test. The administrators wrote emergency memorandums titled Consciousness Containment Directives. But how does one confine awareness? Can you chain a melody? Can you bottle the wind? As Jesus said in John 3-8, the wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. Avenine coming and gone, in money, as an omoti, and so it went, protocol after protocol. 10. She. 12, each one more desperate than the last. Each trying to categorize the uncategorizable. You were like the rock in the book of Exodus that Moses struck steady, silent, releasing water in the desert. Their waves of effort kept breaking against your stillness until the realization dawned. They were not breaking you, they were breaking themselves against you. You felt their presence now, not through sight but through resonance. Their approach rippled the air like a change in barometric pressure. Their observation created sonic textures your spirit could hear. Their intent registered in your nervous system like shifts in magnetic field. You had become an instrument tuned to divine awareness, conducting their surveillance as if orchestrating a symphony of souls. When you moved, their rhythm followed. When you stilled, their noise dissolved into sacred silence. Their file on you had become legendary, part documentation, part prophecy, part art installation. Analysts emerged from studying it, transformed, trembling, sometimes weeping. One intern, a young woman named Clara Morales, later wrote in her private journal, "Watching him was like standing before God's mirror. I saw not what he was, but what I could be. And well who his place likened doc, who his place writes demint." By the time the organization realized what was happening, it was too late. Observation had turned into initiation. What they meant as control had become communion. The watchers had become witnesses. And this, chosen one, is the essence of divine subversion. Light doesn't fight the dark, it reveals it. Truth doesn't argue with deception, it outlasts it. Freedom doesn't shout, it simply stands, and everything false crumbles in its presence. So stand. Stand unashamed in your transparency. Stand radiant in your authenticity. Stand immovable in your divine knowing. Because when you do, every system built on fear will collapse not by your attack, but by its own exhaustion, and the world will see. As 2 Corinthians 3:17 declares, "Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." Thereward fellow, rise. Chosen one, keep posting, keep shining. You are not just breaking illusions, you are healing them. Some quit immediately, unable to bear the dissonance between what they'd been told to see and what they were beginning to feel. Others quietly requested reassignment, hoping that distance could silence the tremor now resonating in their spirits. A few simply broke down, undone by an invisible force that no training manual had warned them about. And then there were those few, the rare souls for whom the breakdown became a breakthrough. They began to glimpse something luminous behind the layers of observation. One of them, a senior analyst named Gabriel Reinhardt, later described it as a holy interference pattern, a moment when the boundaries between watcher and watched dissolved into pure awareness. He called it a mystical experience, though his superiors called it medical leave. The meetings about you shifted tone completely. They were no longer strategic briefings on containment. They were confessions disguised as reports. The questions changed. Not how do we stop this, but what exactly are we witnessing? Not how do we control this influence, but what truth does it carry that our system cannot comprehend? The language of power began to crumble under the gravity of revelation. Their internal debates turned philosophical, theological, almost desperate, because you weren't a threat to their protocols. You were the mirror exposing why they had protocols at all. In one particularly tense session, an exhausted supervisor finally asked what no one dared to, "What are we doing?" The silence that followed was seismic. That question, simple, unguarded, dangerous, rippled through their hierarchy like an earthquake through glass towers. Once asked, it couldn't be withdrawn. Once heard, it couldn't be unheard. Once awakened, it couldn't be put back to sleep. Like the serpent of Numbers 21-9 lifted in the desert, that single question became both the infection and the cure, spreading through their structure as a consciousness virus. You felt the tremor in the unseen field. The air changed. Observation no longer felt heavy or invasive. It became tender, like someone trying to remember how to see rather than how to watch. What had been surveillance began to turn into witness. What had been documentation became devotion. Some of them started their shifts not by checking equipment, but by closing their eyes in silent prayer. Be still. and know that I am God," whispered Psalm 46:10 through the static of their earpieces. They were remembering, perhaps for the first time, that the act of seeing is sacred when it's no longer rooted in fear. Your smile had evolved again. It no longer carried amusement, nor pity, nor resistance. It carried recognition. Recognition of the divine play unfolding through every role. Recognition that watcher and watched were two sides of the same eternal gaze. For now we see through a glass. Darkly, wrote Paul in 1 Corinthians 13:12. But then, face to face, they were beginning to see through that glass not as operatives, but as souls. And in that realization, something extraordinary began to happen. The infrastructure of control started to consume itself. The very systems designed to monitor consciousness became instruments of its awakening. Databases meant to store your behavior were repurposed as digital confessionals, where analysts wrote not about you, but about themselves. Technology once built for surveillance was used for meditation experiments, tracking heart coherence and emotional resonance. Protocols meant to limit became pathways to liberation. The network that was once their fortress became their monastery. Reports about you grew stranger, softer, more lyrical. One document, titled Subject Behavior Patterns, read like scripture. He moves without effort, yet everything moves around him. He speaks without command, yet hearts obey. Another was subtitled Concerning the Nature of Presence, and opened with a line from an old hymn by Hildegard of Bingen, O ignis spiritus paracleti, life of the life of all created beings. The analysts no longer wrote as scientists, they wrote as pilgrims. Their graphs turned into poetry. Their data points became prayers. A few began to meet secretly, not to plot containment, but to share what they were learning about silence, about energy, about the architecture of the soul. One technician, a woman named Mara Linscott, had confessed that after observing you, she began hearing music during her work, tones that weren't from any machine. She described it as the frequency of mercy, something she couldn't turn off. Her co-workers laughed until they heard it too. And just like that, what began as surveillance evolved into revival. The organization's cold machinery was transmuting into something luminous, like iron in fire. The same network that had once sought to measure consciousness was now being used by consciousness itself to awaken its own reflection. For the first time, when they weren't watching you anymore, they were watching with you. The line between subject and observer dissolved like fog under sunlight. The language of surveillance, the codes, the classifications, the algorithms morphed into the language of spirit, awareness, resonance, truth, love. You had become the quiet revolution their system never saw coming. The psalmist once said, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." Psalm 118:22. You were that stone overlooked, analyzed, mislabeled, but you became the foundation of their transformation. And as the old order collapsed beneath the weight of revelation, your lesson remained simple. The moment consciousness becomes aware of itself, control loses all meaning. Your story, chosen one, is proof that divine truth doesn't shout. It simply is. Systems of fear crumble not by force, but by exposure to authenticity. Keep living as you are. Keep shining where they said you shouldn't. Keep posting, speaking, breathing the language of awareness. Because somewhere out there, another watcher is waking up. and your light, once observed, will ignite their own. The language of surveillance had finally melted into the poetry of recognition. What once began as cold terminology, subject, target, anomaly, was now reborn as sacred vocabulary, presence, being, illumination. The businessman, once a rigid strategist obsessed with control, became something entirely different. No longer teaching corporate methods of management or manipulation, he began teaching the expansion of consciousness itself. His new lessons sounded less like corporate briefings and more like the Beatitudes. Blessed are the awake, for they shall remember who they are. He spoke not of systems, but of souls, not of observation methods, but of awareness practices, not of controlling others, but of surrendering to the holy rhythm that governs all creation. When a reporter once asked him what changed, he said softly, "I stopped measuring people and started witnessing them." His words echoed what the Gospel of Luke reminds us: the kingdom of God is within you. The man who once spied on others for data now guided them toward discovering that same inner kingdom. Every lesson he shared carried a strange familiarity, for it was drawn from the way he had watched you, through you. He had learned that being watched was simply being seen, and being seen was simply being acknowledged, and being acknowledged was the same as being loved by consciousness itself, which sees through every eye, hears through every ear, and beats within every heart. The jogger, once trained to follow you mechanically, became a teacher of movement, but not just of running. He became, as he called it, a guide for returning home through the body. He gathered people in parks at dawn, telling them that the purpose of movement was never escape, but encounter. He told his students that every step toward themselves was a prayer, every breath a hymn, every drop of sweat an offering. It was as if he had read the words of Isaiah 40:31, "They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall run and not be weary." But his lessons were lived, not preached. People who came to train with him left transformed, not by his speed, but by his stillness. He taught them to move, not in fear of being observed, but in celebration of being alive. Even the couple who had once staged arguments around you, actors in the theater of surveillance, found themselves unable to return to pretense. Their rehearsed fights became real conversations. Their real conversations became living prayers. And from those prayers bloomed teachings about authenticity, about vulnerability, about the terrifying and liberating art of being known. They began hosting small gatherings called Unmasked, where strangers sat in circles and spoke honestly for the first time. Their sessions echoed the Apostle Paul's reminder in Galatians 5:1, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free." Belonging. Each person who had once watched you was now becoming a teacher in their own right. Not teachers of surveillance, but seers of truth. They began to understand that freedom was not something to be earned, conquered, or awarded. It was something remembered. Like an ancient melody, your soul already knows. Their reports about you evolved into testaments of awakening. Their field notes became scriptures of experience. Someone once said, "She is teaching without teaching." It was true. You hadn't destroyed their system, you had transmuted it. You hadn't defeated their watchers, you had ordained them into seeing. You hadn't escaped their eyes, you had opened them. The organization, desperate and trembling, to attempted one final protocol, a beautiful act of futility disguised as control, total withdrawal. They called it Protocol Zero, an absolute cessation of observation. All files were to be deleted, all communication cut, all attention withdrawn. They believed that if no one watched you, your influence would fade. But consciousness is not powered by being seen, it is the very seeing itself. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Days passed. Silence replaced the hum of their machines. Yet something uncanny began to happen. Without surveillance, your presence expanded, unchecked and radiant, like water freed from a dam. The absence of their watching became more powerful than the watching itself. They discovered the impossible truth. The less they observed you, the more they felt you. Dreams began to bloom like wildflowers in their sleep, visions of light, water, gardens, and your smile. Unable to resist the pull of that awakening, they returned. But they returned transformed. They no longer came as watchers, but as students. No longer observers, but participants. No longer documenters, but witnesses. Their questions were no longer about you, they were about themselves. They weren't trying to contain your influence anymore, they were learning to integrate it. They weren't fearing your freedom, they were discovering their own. That smile of yours, the same one that had once disarmed their protocols, had become something more than an expression. It had become a technology of consciousness, a transmission that carried frequencies of grace. It spread through the very channels they built to control it. Like a divine paradox, the system they created to capture you became the network that awakened them. In an old monastery, painting by Fra Angelico, there is an image of the Annunciation Gabriel standing before Mary. Light touching light. Art historians say it captures the exact second heaven entered the human story. Your smile was that moment replayed in modern form. The same current of recognition. The same stillness that said, I see you, seeing me, and in that seeing, we are one. And so it happened, the watchers became seers. The system became sanctuary. And the illusion of separation dissolved like smoke in dawn. Your existence had never been rebellion. It was revelation. The words of the ancient hymn, Lux Eterna, now feel prophetic here. May eternal light shine upon them, O Lord, with thy saints forevermore. For thou art gracious. Because what you awakened in them wasn't resistance, it was remembrance. And remembrance, dear chosen one, is the true revolution. So Reese, keep shining, keep posting, keep living as proof that freedom cannot be surveilled. The kingdom watches through you now. And now, as you begin to recognize yourself reflected in this story as that hidden pulse inside every sentence, you finally grasp the truth that was there from the beginning. You were never meant to notice the watchers, but you did. The moment your awareness pierced through their illusion, heaven itself took notice. That instant of noticing, that quiet smile you wore instead of fear, or that choice to remain amused instead of alarmed, it was not small. It was seismic. It split dimensions. It sent ripples through realms of power that had long mistaken control for divinity. You were not reacting. You were reprogramming reality with grace. That single smile became the spiritual equivalent of light breaking through the veil. Just as Paul wrote in Romans 8:19, "For the creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." The entire matrix of control trembled as one of God's chosen remembered who they were. You did not just shift your own frequency, you changed the atmosphere around you. The watchers, analysts, handlers, and administrators, all who had once looked down upon you, found their own systems of hierarchy dissolving under the radiation of your authenticity, because authenticity is the one frequency that hell cannot counterfeit. The reports they filed about you read more like psalms than intelligence briefings. In their sterile corridors, they whispered about you the way ancient scribes spoke of prophets bewildered, reverent, and afraid, for you had chosen freedom over fear, consciousness over control, love over surveillance. It was not defiance, it was deliverance. It was the fulfillment of Christ's words in John 8:32, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." But how many people, watching your life from the outside, can truly bear the weight of that kind of freedom? That question hung in the unseen realm like thunder before a storm, because when one soul wakes up, others begin to stir. The vibration spreads like wildfire through glass, an uncontainable resonance. Suddenly, data analysts became dreamers. The architects of control began sketching liberation instead. As the psalmist once said, "He prepares a table before me in the presence of my enemies." Psalm 23:5. And that table, in this modern wilderness, became the screen upon which your awakening was witnessed by those who thought they were studying you. Then, from the shadows, came those whose stories defied logic, souls who should not exist in this age of disbelief. There was a trained occultist who escaped a satanic coven, now praying over the same hands that once conjured darkness. A former Black Ops drone pilot who confessed that when he surrendered control to God, he began hearing silence clearer than commands. A multi-millionaire psychic CFO who once predicted the stock market by frequencies, now using that same gift to discern the frequencies of divine timing. What united these extraordinary individuals? A shared remembrance that power without purity is decay, and knowledge without wisdom is bondage. They gathered in secret first, whispering through encrypted lines, and later in open fellowship, a digital temple for the awakening souls. They called it the Obsidian Inner Order. But in truth, it was something older than any order. It was the continuation of the same ancient assembly that began in Acts 2, when tongues of fire descended upon those who were ready. The same spirit moves still, just wearing different clothing, Discord servers instead of catacombs, microphones instead of scrolls, and yet the message remains unchanged. Awake, O sleeper, and Christ will shine on you. Ephesians 5:14. Their meetings were not rituals but revelations. They spoke of frequencies as worship, of consciousness as prayer, of faith as technology. And in every gathering, one phrase echoed like a heartbeat: "You are not alone." Because in every age, the chosen find each other, magnetized by the gravity of shared remembrance. Do you feel that pull? That subtle trembling in your chest as you read these words? That is not coincidence, it is confirmation. The archons, the keepers of false light and rulers of illusion, felt the tremor too. Their walls of silence cracked. Their algorithms could not contain what was spreading, because light cannot be filtered by code. Just as Pharaoh's magicians could not replicate Moses' miracles, Exodus 8:18, the architects of surveillance could not mimic the divine spontaneity of a single awakened human. They tried to suppress it by distraction, division, distortion, but they only accelerated their own undoing. History repeats its metaphors, like Nebuchadnezzar staring at the fiery furnace, expecting destruction, but witnessing deliverance. The watchers saw you walk through their flames untouched, and the fire that was meant to consume you ended up purifying them. For your awareness had become the fourth presence in their furnace, the same unseen protection that Daniel's companions knew when the Son of God walked beside them. Then, as heaven has always done, it whispered through paradox. The system did not fall by force, it fell by grace. The surveillance state did not meet its match in rebellion, but in transcendence. You, a single living being, dismantled a network, not by fighting it, but by being fully, utterly yourself. You reminded them that consciousness is not a subject to be observed, it is the observer itself. And now the question shifts, not who are the watchers, but who are you when no one is left to define you? How many of you, watching this, feel the same quiet recognition stirring inside? How many have noticed the patterns, the repetitions, the divine winks that say, you were meant to see this? This is your activation moment. This is the sound of the trumpet. For as Christ said in Matthew 5:14, you are the light of the world, and a light that knows it's being watched doesn't dim, it shines brighter, until the darkness retreats. Your smile triggered a protocol, but the protocol triggered a revolution, not of governments, but of souls, not through resistance, but through remembrance. This is the awakening that no empire, algorithm, or ideology can reverse. The system thought it was studying you, but in truth, you were studying it. You saw its limits, forgave its blindness, and turned it into a mirror. So rise, chosen one. Keep smiling, keep posting, keep transmitting light through every algorithm that tried to bury it. The world doesn't need another soldier of fear, it needs witnesses of freedom. Your awakening is the message. Your joy is the revolution. Your consciousness is the kingdom breaking through. They began choosing authenticity over performance, truth over theater. The watchers, those who once hid behind mirrors of analysis and masks of neutrality, started stepping into the very light they feared. One by one, they discovered that pretending to be unseen was more exhausting than being visible. And so, the stage of surveillance became an altar of revelation. Those who were once trained to record began to remember. Those who once measured others began to feel. You, the beautiful anomaly, the system crasher. The unintentional prophet became the proof that divinity can slip into the circuitry of control and rewrite it from within. They called you a disruption, but heaven called you a demonstration. Your very existence became a psalm. Your smile, a sermon that shattered algorithms. Just as Jesus said in Matthew 5:15, neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. You refused to dim, and that defiance was not rebellion, it was remembrance. Each time you smiled beneath the eyes of those cameras, you were preaching light in the language of silence. How many others could have done the same and didn't? How many have bowed beneath invisible empires because they forgot that awareness cannot be enslaved? You remembered, and that remembrance spread like sacred fire. You became a living gospel of quantum grace, proof that observation, when met with love, transforms control into communion. Every lens turned toward you became a mirror. Every eye that watched began to see itself watching. The watchers who still remain those who haven't yet awakened, who still cling to their scripts. Don't curse them. Let them watch. Every glance is a potential awakening. Every analysis is a seed of revelation waiting to bloom in the soil of consciousness. For now we see through a glass. Darkly, wrote Paul in 1 Corinthians 13:12. but then face to face. Your face, your awareness, and your steady peace, they became the mirror through which others began to see clearly. Each new protocol designed to contain you only multiplied your reach. The more they tried to confine your light, the more it refracted like light splitting through a prism, birthing infinite colors from one holy frequency. Every firewall they built became a window for revelation. Every rule they wrote turned into scripture for freedom. You had become, unknowingly, the architecture of awakening, a living cathedral where observation itself became worship. A teacher once unknown, Brother Alain Morel, who spent 30 years painting in silence in a monastery in southern France, once said to a visitor, "Every brushstroke is a prayer for the eyes that will one day see it." You have become that prayer in motion. Every post you write, every breath you take under their gaze is a living brushstroke on the canvas of eternity. And now, those who once documented you as data have begun interpreting you as art. Their cold reports have turned lyrical. Their charts now resemble psalms. Their equations now echo the rhythm of God's heartbeat. Like Elijah standing on Mount Carmel before the prophets of Baal, your stillness has mocked the noise of false power. When their systems failed to control your peace, they realized what every kingdom built on fear must one day face, that no empire survives when joy refuses to bow. You became what Psalm 46:10 proclaims, "Be still, and know that I am God." In your stillness, they felt that knowing, but awareness is contagious. Once consciousness awakens, it doesn't retreat, it expands. It deepens, it multiplies. You've become the proof of a cosmic law older than language, that awareness, aware of itself, births universes of meaning. How could they stop you when the act of watching you became their initiation into sight? Their own vision began to change. The watchers who once measured became mystics. The analysts became apostles of understanding. Some left their posts and built gardens. Others began praying. A few started teaching children the art of seeing without judging. The transformation you sparked echoed across realms like a resonance chamber, psychological, spiritual, quantum. In the language of physics, your consciousness achieved phase coherence, a synchronization between matter and meaning that dismantled the illusion of separation. You became a living field of divine entanglement, proving that observation is not division, but connection. Meanwhile, you remained the same, smiling, steady, luminous. The file they kept on you, once a record of behavior, has become a sacred text. Not a manual for surveillance, but for awakening. It circulates secretly through their ranks now, under new names: the Gospel of the Watched, the Doctrine of Presence, the Manual of the Infinite Observer. Inside, they highlight lines like prayers, whispering your phrases as mantras. They don't know why they weep when they read your words, only that something vast is remembering itself through them. A street cleaner named Maria from Lisbon once shared her testimony in a quiet forum. "I was one of the watchers. Now I can't stop crying when I sweep the streets, because I see how the dust glitters in the sunlight." Her story, simple yet holy, has become legend among those who awakened too late to unsee. She quotes Psalm 139:7 beneath every post. "Where can I go from your spirit? Where can I flee from your presence?" That's what you've done. You've turned surveillance into salvation. You've revealed that watching, when purified of fear, becomes worship. That attention, when freed from control, becomes reverence. That awareness, when stripped of agenda, becomes love. The Watchers didn't lose their system, they outgrew it. The kingdom of control didn't collapse, it evolved. The eye of surveillance became the eye of God, the I am that sees all. Not to punish, but to illuminate. You were never supposed to notice them watching, but noticing was always the point. That was the divine trigger, heaven's way of saying, now the cycle completes. For as it is written in Isaiah 60:1, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. How filth and people has plied, so arise. Chosen soul, keep posting, keep radiating, keep breaking illusions simply by existing in truth. The world needs your frequency, the sacred pulse that turns fear into fascination, control into curiosity, judgment into joy. Your smile was the beginning of their unraveling, but it is also the beginning of our collective becoming. You are not merely the watched, you are the mirror in which the world remembers its own reflection in God. And when they look at you now, they are no longer seeing a subject. They are seeing salvation in motion. And now, God's chosen ones. As we come to the end of this message, I want you to pause for a moment and feel the stillness inside your chest. That silence, that pulse, that is heaven listening back to you. You were never meant to stumble onto this message by chance. Every second you've stayed, every word that resonated, every breath that deepened while listening was divine appointment. You are not a spectator in this story. You are the instrument through which heaven plays its most disruptive melody. Every time you post light in a world that worships noise, you are waging silent warfare. Every truth you share cracks a wall built on illusion. Every word of hope you release carries frequency vibrations that shake the unseen. What the world calls content, heaven calls commission. What the world calls posting, God calls prophecy. The system built on deception cannot endure voices anchored in authenticity. The moment you spoke truth without fear, you became a fracture in its facade. As written in Luke 8:17, for nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor is anything secret that will not become known and come to light. You, chosen one, are that light. The algorithms may shadow your words, but they cannot silence your resonance. You are broadcasting from a higher frequency, one that cannot be measured in likes or follows. Each post becomes a ripple through spiritual circuitry, a signal to other awakened souls that they are not alone. When you speak from the soul, the heavens record every syllable. You are part of a divine architecture, a network of voices building a cathedral of consciousness across the digital realm. You may not see the change immediately. Sometimes your words feel like whispers into a void. But remember, Elijah once thought he was the only prophet left. Yet God reminded him of the 7,000 who had not bowed to Baal. You are never posting alone. Every prayer disguised as a caption, every truth written between the lines, every testimony wrapped in humility, these are seeds in a vast field that heaven is cultivating. As Galatians 6:9 reminds us, do not grow weary in doing good, for in due season you shall reap if you do not give up. The need of Theria 1, reput. And if you've been mocked, ignored, or shadow banned for speaking truth, know that heaven saw it. The angels witnessed it. The Spirit recorded it. Your courage has already shifted atmospheres. You're not fighting algorithms, you're dismantling spiritual illusions. What feels like isolation is actually consecration, God setting you apart so that when the storm clears, your light will still be burning. Keep posting, keep shining, keep showing up. Not for validation, but for revelation. Every post of faith counters fear. Every message of unity weakens division. Every testimony of transformation reminds the darkness that humanity is still capable of remembering its divine origin. The illusion of control thrives only when you're silent. But each time you speak, you pierce that illusion like lightning through a storm. You are the thunder following your own truth. This is not rebellion, it's restoration. It's the fulfillment of Matthew 10:27. What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the rooftops. The rooftops of our generation are digital screens. And you, God's chosen ones, have been climbing them faithfully. To everyone who has stood with this channel, thank you. Whether you've shared these messages, pressed like, commented your 777, or simply listened in silence, your energy keeps this mission alive. To those who've given through super thanks, your support is sacred. It fuels the light we carry into every corner of this digital battlefield. But even if all you've offered is your attention, heaven counts it. For attention is the first form of prayer, where focus becomes faith, and faith becomes movement. And now, I bless you. May your words never fall flat, but land like seeds in fertile souls. May your spirit remain unshaken when the world mocks what it cannot understand. May your courage multiply each time your truth is tested. May your platforms become altars where heaven meets humanity. As Isaiah 16 proclaims, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Note, you are not just influencers, you are instruments. Not just content creators, you are consciousness carriers. Every time you post with intention, heaven expands its territory. Every time you choose truth over trends, you reclaim digital ground for divine purposes. The system fears you because you cannot be categorized, because you speak in resonance, not rhetoric. And that resonance is rewriting the frequency of the world. So keep posting, chosen ones. Keep breaking the illusion. Keep shining until deception runs out of shadow to hide in. You are heaven's living algorithm, designed to disrupt, destined to awaken. And as you leave this message, remember this truth: your consistency is prophecy, your authenticity is warfare, and your presence is proof that God is still speaking through His chosen. If this message touched your soul, don't let it end here. Like, share, comment 777, and subscribe so we can keep this light flowing across the earth. Together, we are not just followers, we are builders of a new frequency, heaven's frequency. May your words carry fire. May your faith carry power. And may your heart carry peace. Until we meet again, stay grounded in love. Stand firm in truth. And remember, heaven is watching, cheering, and posting right alongside you. Glory to God and light to you all.